Sir. Well, anyway, excuse me, Honorable Dean's representative and also Prospective Associate Professor Dr. Azita binti Abuziddin, Head of ICT Cluster, School of Educational Studies, University Science, Malaysia, Respectable Dr. Ahmad Samri bin Hairani, first keynote speaker of this first session, lecturers of ICT Cluster, lecturers from School of Educational Studies, University Science, Malaysia, and also all the lecturers, presenters, and participants of Postgraduate Colloquium on Technology-Based Research 2021. Welcome. The Postgraduate Colloquium on Technology-Based Research, Transcending Technology in Education Practices, provides an opportunity for the postgraduate students in University Science Malaysia, School of Educational Studies, and also other institutions share their expertise, research effort, and discoveries on technology-based research with one another. The objective of the colloquium are to familiarize the postgraduate students with cutting-edge technology-based research and to facilitate the sharing of the research ideas. Next, to create a friendly and non-confrontational environment for the postgraduate students to present their postgraduate work in process. And finally, to foster the networking and collaborative research. Now, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening remarks delivered by our Dean's representative and also our respective Associate Professor, Dr. Azida binti Abuziddin, Head of ICT Cluster, School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia. And afterwards, we would like to request the representative of our team to officiate the postgraduate colloquium on technology-based research, transcending technology in educational practices 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Professor, Associate Professor Dr. Azida binti Abuziddin. Please welcome.
Thank you, Miss Deriga, our MC for this morning. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to convey our Dean's message. He is sorry that he would not be able to attend this morning because he had some urgent matters this morning suddenly. All right. He was preparing, he actually prepared to come here to attend this webinar, but something's going on and he passed the task to me. All right. Anyway, I would like to welcome everybody, okay, to the conference, our ICT cluster conference this morning. Okay, we are going to have this conference for 2 days, which is today and tomorrow, with the themes of transcending technology in educational practice. I would like to say thank you, many thanks to all the participants, all the presenters who are able to be here today and tomorrow to listen to everybody's presentation and share their thoughts and feedbacks on your peers. Okay, we assume that everybody are here, postgraduate students. You are all being here to share and look at others' research and see how can you actually enhance your own research. Okay, in line with the School of Educational Studies efforts to promote the sharing of research done by its postgraduate students. So we open this colloquium to everybody, every postgraduate students in USM. Although it is a technology-based research, but we do believe that it can actually contribute to anything, any parts of your own research. Okay. So, and in addition, the colloquium will be a scientific platform to highlight the latest developments in the postgraduate research. Okay, you will be able to see what others are doing, all right, and then compare with what you are doing and see how it is relevant to what you are doing now. So this is a good platform for all postgraduate students to be able to share and highlight opportunities of their research. Okay, and then I would like to actually thank the committee for this ICT colloquium, a technology-based colloquium, Dr. Rosruniza Zaharuddin, Dr. Siti Zuraida, Dr. Siti Mastura, Dr. Yahya from School of Educational Studies that have been preparing. Okay, since the first day we decided to held this colloquium. So they have been doing a very fantastic job in preparing and hosting this colloquium. Thank you very much, guys. All right. So uh, in this colloquium, we are looking at various research, okay, technology based. The postgraduate might be having different in different maybe you have different methodology, different focus of your research. Okay, you might come from TESOL, you might come from sciences and so on, but uh, you are all doing research for your masters and PhD, so this colloquium will be beneficial for you to look at some kind of methodology, maybe some kinds of content, maybe, and look at how your friends doing their research and how they go about doing their research. Okay. So I wish all the participants a very best, and I wish all good luck, and I hope that the colloquium will bring an exhilarating and valuable experience to everybody. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to open the postgraduate colloquium for technology-based research for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our Dean's representative and also our respective Associate Professor, Dr. Azida Binti Abuziddin, Head of ICT Cluster, School of Education Studies, for your opening remark. Now, let us move on to the next agenda in our colloquium. Before that, we would like to request all our participants, distinguished guests, to turn on your camera to take a photo. We would like to have a photo session, so kindly please turn on your camera. We would be love to see your faces. Thank you.
Okay, we shall wait for 1 minute first, okay, so that everyone can turn on their video. So let's wait for just 1 minute, okay? Okay, everyone. So please smile for just 1 minute. Okay, we are going to screenshot the screen now. Smile for 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Back to you, Devika.
Well, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Raida. Well, we've done our photo session. Now, let us move on to the next agenda in our colloquium, which is to hear the day one keynote speech, which will be delivered by Dr. Ahmad Zamri bin Hairani from School of Educational Studies, University Science, Malaysia. Dr. Ahmad Zamri is one of the senior lecturers in School of Educational Studies. He is in the field of expertise of psychometric and educational testing for about 11 years. Dr. Ahmad believes that research is creating new knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ahmad Zamri bin Hairani to deliver his speech entitled Using Psychological Models to Predict the Technology Perceptions and Acceptance Behaviors, Issues and Considerations. Let us welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Ms. Devika. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very pleasant morning. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the cluster of ICT and for successfully organizing this seminar or colloquium. Sorry. Okay. Allow me to start the keynote by perhaps saying that maybe I am not the most appropriate people to give a keynote because unlike Dr. Azida or Dr. Rose, Dr. Siti, Dr. Yaya, I'm not that savvy on this technology, but let us look at technology in the perspective of psychology, methodology, as well as statistical analysis. Yeah. So perhaps this is a kind of something new to some of you. Okay. All right. As mentioned by Ms. Devika earlier, the topic for today is using psychological models to predict technology perceptions and acceptance behavior, issue and considerations. Okay. All right. So first of all, let us look at the what, why, and how of psychological model. Okay, psychological model is a mechanism for predicting psychological outcomes. Okay, not necessarily in technology, but in other field as well. Okay, so this is what we call a way to explain, okay, the behavior of a particular respondent. Okay, okay, why psychological model is important? Okay, because it provides a basis of understanding. As I mentioned earlier, psychological model falls in the area of what we call under theoretical framework. Okay, and what theoretical frameworks tells us is how something happened. Okay, how people use mobile phone, for example. How people learn through flipped classroom. Okay, so this is why theoretical framework is important in your research as well as in your publication. Okay, so there are a lot of models. Okay, there are a lot of psychological models, but the most popular one in technology, if I can retrieve back from years of my experience examining student from technology, is you tend to use a lot of theory of planned behavior, technology acceptance model, and of course youth out. Okay, so when I receive viva from students in technology, these are the models that they are always used lah. Okay, but somehow I'm kind of getting a feeling that there should be more understanding of a psychological model instead of merely using it for your data analysis and your conceptual framework. Okay, so you are very lucky in the sense that when you have like what we call a specific model like you tout, okay, that helps you a lot in your thesis because okay, because by having a parsimonious model like you tout, okay, that model will somehow what we call help us to develop our hypothesis, okay, and of course to help us in deriving our theoretical framework, and also helps us in formulating or designing our conceptual framework. Because, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to to say that theoretical framework, conceptual framework, these are the most difficult thing to design or to construct in research. Okay, until now, when I'm doing my research and when I'm doing my publication, theoretical framework, conceptual framework, these are these are the things that makes me cannot sleep at night. Very difficult. Okay, but you are very lucky. You have you have a model. Okay, TAM, you thought yang dah already there, been used many times. Okay, so it helps you in your developing your hypothesis, your chapter 1 or maybe chapter 2, your theoretical framework and your conceptual framework. Okay, so it leaves you only to deal with problem statement, methodology, analysis, and of course your chapter 5. Okay, okay, allow, and then these are the good things lah, or the good news. Let's look at some not so good news. Okay, look at this one, the issue number 1. Okay, yes, you have TPB here, you have the UTAUT, you have all the you have the TAM, and you have the UTAUT. Okay, so one pressing issue is whether you want to study all the variables in the model or you choose to pick a few. Okay, I've come across many times that students only use for TPB only use this one in the rectangle. Okay, excluding behavior. Okay, same goes with TAM. Okay, they don't want to include actual use, for example. Similarly, for UTAUT, I'm not sure why some of the students don't really want to use to include the usage as well of the moderating variables. Okay, so it is not wrong to not include actual behavior or actual usage, but by excluding these important variables, your model less what we call your model did not have a good what we call exploratory power. Sorry, explanatory power. It does not, your model is not able to explain the overall behavior of your study. Okay, yeah. So this is like something that rugi lah. Okay, because as I mentioned earlier, models explain behavior. Okay, because if you look at here, attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavior, or intention only, it is all about intention, not the actual happen. What is happening? What we can see. Okay, all these are what we call unobserved variable. Yeah. Okay. All right. Also, yes. This one is also, I also use C regularly. Some students only explain the what we call this variable, excluding the moderating variable here. You see, you thought comes from the try to explain use behavior by inclusion of all these variables, because this variable can moderate the influence of all these variables, especially this one. Okay, if you look at experience, age, okay, it moderates facilitating conditions to use a behavior. Okay, so there is I think perhaps you may want to consider to include all these variables in your research. Okay, I know because if you look, if you see, sometimes when you just come in from for your study, your supervisor asks you to read apa tu journals, right? Okay, and I know there are a lot of journals that only include part of this variable. Okay, but remember, if you look at carefully at these journals, especially the top tier journals, they sorry, how do I this one? How do I move to next one? Wait. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the next issue. So this one is clear. If possible, you include all the variables available in the in the model. Okay. So I think for what we call mixed mode and master research, you may want to include all this one. Okay, but the next one, okay, is the extending the value. You want to extend the variables. Okay, so this is the original variable, right? For TPB, attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control. And their influence into intention. But these are the new variables. Okay, these are the new variables that this author include. Okay, why do you want to include this variable? Again, because these variables are able to explain more about your dependent variable, which is the purchase intention. Okay, so this is, I think, for technology, this is appropriate for PhD degree. Okay, where you want to include more variables. Even theory of planned behavior itself says that these variables is not enough. There is a need to include more variables. Okay, so that's why the inclusion of new variables, okay, can be considered as extending the models. And this one is published in a good journal. This is a Q1 journal. Okay, so if you are able to include this journal, these are new variables to provide more explanatory power to the model, then by all means, these are the things that you need to do. Okay, but remember, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, in order for you to include some new variable, you must it must be based on extensive literature review. It does not simply comes out of the blue. I want to include this one because I think this one is good. That is a no in the research. It must be based on extensive literature review. Okay, and it must be supported and helped by your supervisor. Okay, so I've come across one students who are doing just this, and they include, for example, they include for here they want to include self-efficacy. Okay, self-efficacy. But remember, literature shows that subjective norm and self-efficacy, they are very much related. Okay, so that's why in some of the articles, they don't self-efficacy is considered as similar to subjective norm. Okay, some want to include culture here. Culture. Why? Because I study in this country, so I think culture is important. Okay, so again, if you want to include culture, okay, so you must have the understanding, how do you measure culture? Okay, how do you measure culture? And as far as I'm concerned, measuring culture is a very difficult one. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is, it is in the from the perspective of methodology or research. Okay, extending a model is one of your prime concern when using this model. When you're using a psychological model. But remember, when you want to extend the variable, then you must it must be based on extensive literature review. Okay, so for those who are doing PhD, I think you are at this number 2 lah. Okay. All right. So again, macam mana I nak, how do I? Okay, sorry. All right. Issue number 3, not number 2. Issue number 3 here is also extending the variable. Sorry, extending the model. Okay. Previously, we want to include the new predictors for this variable. Okay, but you can also include predictors for the mediating variable here. Okay, so normally it is to include predictors for these variables or these variables, but not the dependent variable. Okay, you seldom do this. Jangan kacau dia. Okay, you just extend because you want to know, you want to explain about the behavior, so don't kacau the behavior. Okay, you try to predict by including a few variables here. Okay, again, why do you want to include the variables? Because you want to increase the variant explained here. Okay, this is for example, this is I think this is UTAG, part of UTAG. Or okay, sometime when you are using the original model, okay, the variance explained by behavioral intention is only like 20 to 30%, only about 20 to 30%. Okay, then by the inclusion of another variables, okay, it can improve the variant explained, okay, perhaps to 50 or 60%, which is good enough to explain behavior. Okay, and I think you need to maybe go back to your methodology class. What does it mean by variant explain? All that I can say is that The more variant explained by this behavior to your dependent variable, the better prediction of your behavior. Okay, this is what we want. Okay, you are not. I think it is very difficult for you to publish a paper if the variant explained here is only like 10%, 8%. It's very difficult. But if you are able to get like 40%, 50%, then it should be okay. Information development is another high-ranked journal. Okay, where they are very particular about. One is the variables that you include, and again is the statistical analysis that you conducted. Okay, all right. And number 3, this is the this another one is the not only you extend the model, but you apply it in different and in many areas as well. Okay, so this is basically this is the work by this author, again in Frontiers in Psychology. Okay, so this is the where you combine, okay, UTAUT and other predictors, not from UTAUT. Okay, and that predictors is a lot. Okay, so from here to here, again, not only extensive literature review, but you also need to include or combine more than one theory. UTAUT and maybe self-determination theory, things like that. Okay, so this is a more difficult task to do. Okay, but maybe this one I leave it to Dr. Azida, Dr. Rose, Dr. Siti, to Yahya to do it. But perhaps you may want to include your student also to go along with you for what we call not only extending but also apply other theories in your technology psychological model. Okay, all right. And last one is the approach to analyze. Okay, the approach to analyze your model. Okay, at the moment, when we said data analysis, then all the people in not only PPIP but in other schools and other universities as well, they are longing for SEM. Okay, structural equation modeling. Whether you are using AMOS or you are using PLS, I think all of you may remember or have heard about SEM lah. Okay, so this is actually SEM is a what we call new way to analyze. Okay, it is popular because it has a lot of information to explain your model. Okay, all right. Also, this one. This is when you have this number here. This is all apa tu SEM lah. Okay, but I would like you to also understand that our very own SPSS, okay, very own SPSS also has a variable procedure to analyze. Okay, remember, if you look at this one, this is the TPB, Theory of Planned Behavior. Okay, so TPB here, how do we analyze? Okay, if you analyze using SEM, it analyzes everything concurrently, everything in one shot. Okay, but that one is not really according to the theory. Okay, so based on TPB, what happens is that the theory says that for predicting behavior, okay, the number one predictor to predict behavior is intention. So therefore, that you need to analyze this part first. Okay, you need to analyze this part first, and then after that is PBC. So after intention, you analyze PBC because PBC has like a direct effect to behavior. Okay, so you analyze this one first, and after that you include this one. Only after that you include all three. Okay, this is what hierarchical linear regression in SPSS does. Okay, first you include this one, and then this one is not the same lah. Okay, the first one you include all this author. First one it includes all, then it includes self-efficacy. You know the one that they're extending the TPB by inclusion of self-efficacy, and then it includes past behavior. Okay, so what does this hierarchical linear regression in SPSS did is to analyze your model according to which one first, which one predict the behavior first. So that is very well in line with the theory. Okay, so and what I'm trying to say is that perhaps you may want to look into how hierarchical linear regression in SPSS is able to predict your model. Okay, not just simply using SEM because SEM is very modern and so whatsoever. Okay, all right. So these are, but don't use multiple linear regression. Okay, multiple linear regression is similar to SEM, but if you have hierarchical linear regression, it is better to be used this one. Okay, and we are coming to the end. Yeah, the last one is perhaps some student forget to analyze is the moderating or mediating role. Okay, of for example intention in TPB. Okay, so it has a mediation role. So you need to need to analyze, see whether in your study the intention is really mediate between perceived behavior control and behavior. Okay, so because in literature, this the mediating effect or the moderating effect is always inconclusive. What I mean by conclusive is that sometimes you find it significant, sometimes it is not significant. So it is very much based on the context of study. Okay, so if you are able to analyze this one, and for example, you find it not significant, so it is a good area or a good part to be discussed in your chapter 5 section. Okay, or as chapter 5 will be very dry. All sama saja macam literature lepas. Okay, alright. I think it should be all for this 30 minutes. Thank you very much again, committee, and also hopefully somehow you may get a few points from this one. Okay, yeah, I think I saw the name of Belian, Sanura Jaya. So you guys make sure you take into consideration this one. Okay, with that, I thank you. Back to Deviga. Yeah, Miss Deviga.
Well then, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Zamri, for the wonderful keynote speech. It was indeed very helpful and useful to our research effort. And now we would like to open for Q&A. Please turn on your mic to ask your questions, or you may even write your questions or your suggestions in the chat box. Please do so. We are waiting for your questions. Dear participants, you may allow to write your questions or you may even allow to ask the questions. So kindly please turn on your mic so that we can hear your questions as well.
Everybody's warming up, I think.
Yeah, I think this should be okay. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Dr. Zamri, can I ask you one question?
Okay.
No, just to clarify, I think that most of the postgraduate students, they are just afraid to ask. But I'm just asking one simple questions. All right. Usually, some of our students, when they start their research, they usually start with somehow they have certain model, certain models in their mind, and then they already fix the model before they know the context. So what do you think about that? Meaning, for example, they have UTAUT, okay, because their senior said that, okay, if you are doing technology, you must use UTAUT, for example. So what do you think about that?
I think that is a great idea to have a model because it will ease your research process. But again, the more having a model in mind is indeed a good idea. But again, you may want to ask question if you merely replicating the model. Okay, so you may want to question the originality and the contribution of your study. Okay, you are not doing 3 years research just to replicate student other researchers. You may want to contribute something. And if I may suggest, the contribution in a model, as far as I am concerned, the contextual factor. The contextual factor is one of the important variables that you may want to include in the model to extend the variable. So, Dr. Azida, to answer your question, yeah, that is a good way to do it, but that is not enough. Okay, you will going to be grilled in your research, in your viva, regarding the contribution as well as the originality. Okay, before I forget, you are very lucky again. Not only chapter 1, chapter 2 covered by this model, but also the instruments, the items from UTAUT model is like already there. Okay, you don't need to create a new one or adapt a new one. They are already there. The only thing is that what are the variables that you can extend, you can include to extend the model. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zamri, Dr. Zamri, I have one question also. Maybe behalf of my students. Okay, for example, you have, talk about extending the models. Okay, so the student need to add others variables. Okay, so do they need to, can you give any tips to them? Okay, either they need to, read the literature, how they are going to add or extend the models or add the variables to their model so that they can, put it as a IV or EV or moderator or mediating variable. As we can see here, we have the UTAUT. They already have the moderating variable that is gender, age, experience, and voluntariness of use. So how about when they have one more variables and they said when they read the literature, have the effects of the variable that they want to add. Either it can be in the IV or also in the moderating variable. So how can they, slot in the variable when they have two different articles, okay, that have For example, one variable here, they need to put in either in the IV or as a moderating variable or as a DV. So can you give tips to the students?
Oh, okay. Itulah lecturer yang tanya ni. Actually, you guys lah in this area. But maybe one of few tips lah. One is when you read an article, please read a few times at the discussion section, especially the future research. What are the next steps that the authors suggest to do? Okay, then right at the end, I think right at the end of the article, normally they put suggestion for future research. Okay, that is one way to get an idea what are the variables that you may want to include. Okay, another tips perhaps is that if you want to include extend the variable, make sure that the variable that you want to include, whether it is in the IV or in the mediator, okay, it is not similar to the already there variable. Okay, sometimes you want to include macam like social influence. I think social influence is very much similar with subjective norm or culture like that. Okay, so it should be very different. In fact, according to the statistic, all these variables, all these predictors, this one, should not should not highly correlated between each other. Okay, so that is the a few ways lah to do it, and I think for master or PhD students, perhaps you may want to include one or two more variables here as a predictor, not as the mediator, because mediator here is kind of more complicated to be extended. Okay, and for the rest of the question, I think again it must be it should be based on extensive literature review and recent literature review. Okay, because the recent literature, the kind of somehow, you know, technology now is far advanced from you thought is what 2001, I think. Okay, so there are gaps in technology enhancements that we want to test. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zamri, we have one question from the participant in the Q&A chat box. Okay, what is the main factor to choose the model we are looking for?
This one, I think this one I can answer, because whether you choose TPB or TAM or UTAU, it is based on your purpose of conducting research. Okay, what do you want to explore? Okay, or what do you area you want to contribute? Okay, it doesn't mean that more variables here better model. Not necessarily. Okay, I think that should be the answer for all research, not only in technology. Okay, whether you want to use self-determination theory or whatsoever, it is based on what are you going to address in your research. Okay, but as far as we're concerned, TPB is more general compared to these two. Okay, and I'm not sure the how it evolves from TAM to UTAP. Okay, you may want to seek consultation with your supervisor.
Dr. Zamri, one more last question.
Last question, eh? You promised me last question, eh?
It's from me, okay, not from the participant. Okay, Dr. Zamri, how about the analysis? For example, if the student have, I mean, right now we have a lot of construct here, okay, moderator, IVDV, okay, so what are the analysis that they can use, either SPSS or PLS, or what is your suggestion, or is there any tips for them to, I mean, choose which analysis, how the analysis type that they want to do? Okay, is it regression, or what are the tips can you give to the students? Thank you, Dr. Zamri.
Dr. Siti Zurada always ask me tip here, tip that, tip that. The tips of analysis is based on, like any other research, your data analysis should be based on your research question. Okay, so if your research question, for example, did not want you to see the increase of variance explained with the inclusion of all these variables, SEM perhaps is the most appropriate because it gives you more statistics compared to regression. Okay, more statistics mean more information, more you can know about your model. Okay, but if you want to go along with the theory, okay, where you want to see whether the inclusion of attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control will increase the variance in behavior, then you may need to go for hierarchical regression. Okay. So, but for mediating role, moderating role, SEM can do it, can do that very easily, and more information compared to process in SPSS. Okay, all right.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Zamri, for your answers and tips for us. This will really help us to improve our quality of our research.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you all. All the best, and looking forward for the presentation. I think I will still. I'm very much. I like a conference very much. Like to know the student, how students present. I think I will stick to this WebEx for a while to see the presentation. Is it okay, Dr. Azida? Can?
Of course.
Thank you very
But
much.
you have to pay 10 ringgit, yeah?
We talk together lah. I need you only. Don't let the people know. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Zamri.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Zamri. That was indeed a beneficial keynote speech with a lots of tips and guidance on how to choose our research models and how to integrate it and how to do the expanding research regarding our models. And now, thank you again, once again. The main agenda is about to begin. So the first presentation session will start shortly, and I am privileged to be the moderator of this first presentation session for day one of this colloquium. I am Devika Munasamy, majoring in Master of Arts Education, Educational Technology and Multimedia in School of Educational Studies, University Science Malaysia. Well, before we proceed, here are a few gentle reminders that all other presenters should be aware of. Where, firstly, you are required to turn on your video and you are given about 15 minutes to present your presentation. The last 5 minutes and 2 minutes, I will intrude in the middle to make a reminder for you all to end your presentation. I hope all the presenters please be aware that do not be surprised when I am intruding in the middle, especially at the end of your presentation session. Again, it is a 15 minutes to present, and the last 5 minutes and the 2 minutes, I will make a reminder. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our first presenter, Emilia binti Roslan, with her title, Designing a Lesson Plan in Mathematics Classroom using Microsoft Tools. Now, let us welcome Emilia binti Roslan to present her research presentation.
Emilia.
Yep. Can you hear me? Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. My name is Emilia binti Roslan, and currently I'm doing a PhD program under the supervision of Dr. Rosniza Zaharuddin as the main supervisor and Dr. Muzirah Musa as the co-supervisor. Today I'm going to present a study on designing a lesson plan in mathematics classroom using Microsoft tools. Many teachers around the world were forced to convert from face-to-face to online instruction due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This shift in practice has created a chance to examine how technology may be used to promote student participation in mathematics classes. So Microsoft Tools is one of the unique features that allow teachers to conduct better interaction and create more conducive learning environment in online learning. However, teaching is not something that happens by accident. So careful planning is required to design successful classes and promote learning. So this study will explain the components of a successful lesson and propose a lesson plan that can be conducted in mathematics classroom. Studies in the literature show that 5E instructional model was mostly implemented in the field of science, but today it has become an important model in which the field of mathematics is included and studied. Researchers also recommend that mathematics teaching is effective when students actively participate in learning process. And one of the approaches is by using the 5E instructional model. The stages of the 5E learning cycle model are to engage, to explore, to explain, to elaborate, and to evaluate. While the 21st CLD curriculum is based on rubrics which have been developed and tested internationally. These rubrics help educators to identify and understand the opportunities that learning activities in classroom give students to build 21st century skills. This 21st CLD curriculum describes 6 rubrics for the 21st century learning, each of which represents an important skill for students to develop. These are collaboration, skill communication, knowledge construction, self-regulation, real-world problem solving, and the use of ICT for learning. The educational crisis caused by COVID-19 resulted in teachers being forced to rely on digital technology as the prime teaching and learning resources, regardless of their existing technology-related beliefs and practices. So integrating digital technologies effectively into mathematics teaching and learning is a complex task requiring the consideration of many elements, including the pedagogy, content, and student learning. However, the uses of digital technologies in mathematics can be ineffective, distracting, or even dangerous when not integrated into the learning process wisely. Teachers, particularly struggle in technology, in using technology in mathematics classroom as compared to another subject areas. So the proposed solution for those problems is to design a structured lesson plan which integrates digital technologies into mathematics teaching and learning. So the objective of this study is to design an effective lesson plan using Microsoft tools in a mathematics classroom. These bring out to the research questions of what are the elements to be considered for an effective online learning. Expectations of improved student engagement through the use of digital technology is widely reported in the literature. So there is the need to understand if and how the use of technology-related practices had contributed to the student engagement with learning mathematics. Halls emphasized that there is a critical relationship between digital tools and mathematics pedagogy. Hence, effective practice using technology lie in the specific pedagogical strategies rather than focusing on specific types of devices or tools. This is one of the proposed lesson plan. This lesson plan conducted in one of the Mara Junior Science College in Perak, which involved 45 students of Form 4. The topic of the lesson is indices and sets, which is the fourth topic in the additional mathematics subject, which covered two subtopics, which is law of indices and law of sets. The learning objective of this lesson is to make learning process more engaging for students by incorporating a variation to the traditional individual presentation and gallery walk workflow, and to give students opportunity to learn more about indices and sets topic from their peers in an engaging, interactive, and fun way. These are the tools used in the lesson. Microsoft Edge are used for students and encourage them to search for resources and using collection to organize their ideas. Microsoft Teams has been used as the main platform for the synchronous and asynchronous learning. This is because the file pathway in Teams made it possible to quickly find and access class materials. Other built-in Teams features like the breakout rooms create a great way to improve class management techniques by assigning exercises to students, and students can work in more smaller groups. This will improve the focus of students while learning material and encourage social interaction. Flipgrid is used to encourage quiet students to speak their minds without feeling intimidated. With Flipgrid, teachers can create discussion topic and students can respond with their video recordings. I've also used the Wakelet because with Wakelet, teachers can invite students to submit work, do group work, like in this lesson, solving indices and sets problems in a group as a team, and recording their findings in a collection. Well, this process can transform how students interact with the materials the teachers shared with them, all within a virtual learning environment. So in this case, students can engage with materials provided and curate their own materials and take the ownership of the learning. For the assessment, the formative and summative assessment, Microsoft Forms has been used. So this is the learning process of the lesson. Teachers introduce Wakelet and Flipgrid to students. Basic concept of indices and sets are also introduced at the first steps. This is actually the engage phase in the 5E instructional model. All students then will individually record and upload their findings on indices and sets into Flipgrid. For example, how the topic related to their real world, and other students will give feedback and comment on the video. This is the explore stage in the 5E instructional model. Students then are divided into groups. By using breakout rooms features in Teams, they will discuss the assigned task for each group. Students may use whiteboard or OneNote throughout the discussion. So this is the explain in 5E model and the skill communication of the 21st CLD curriculum. Teachers then will share the Wakelet join code for students to collaborate and upload their solution. Each group will upload the solutions that they have discussed into Wakelet. Students will explore the solutions and learn how to solve the problems of indices and sets. Students are encouraged to use Microsoft Edge to complete the tasks. Students then will leave their comments, feedback, or any question regarding the solutions in the Wakelet, and then they will complete all the worksheets, all questions in the worksheet given individually. Students then will turn in the worksheet through Microsoft Teams, and lastly, the assessment will be using Microsoft Forms to evaluate students' understanding of the particular topic. So the study discovered that online learning using Microsoft tools is somewhat still new for students, but this interaction and learning environment prompt students to participate in online learning, and as a result, they were able to better absorb the learning materials. So practically, I'm providing and suggest an alternative tools to teachers to improve their teaching and learning in mathematics classroom. Recommendation for future practice. Teachers should provide training on using Microsoft tools for students before using the module or before the start of any activities. Secondly, the collaboration with other teachers should be carried out to design a better online classroom, which would lead to students' high performance in assessment. Since the initial results and feedback from the learners have been very positive, further research on the effectiveness of blended learning using Microsoft tools can be conducted for further research. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia Roslan, for this wonderful presentation. Now we are opening up for the question A sessions. Dear presenters, you may allow to ask the questions by turning on your microphone, or else you may type your questions in the chat box. Dear presenters, you may ask the questions.
Okay, Emilia, I have one question for you. I'm Dr. Sitiraida here. So, Emilia, as I see your slide just now, you say it is dangerous. What do you mean by dangerous when you are, using digital technologies?
Students can easily distracted when using digital technologies. So this may actually deviate their intentional ataupun initial purposes of learning by using digital technologies. So if we are not planning the lesson plan carefully or wisely, students may get distracted and the initial objective of the lesson may not be reached.
Okay, so my suggestion, maybe you should delete the word dangerous or change to something lah. Okay, that's suitable with your statement just now. Okay, one more thing. What are the, is this secondary or primary school?
Secondary from MRSM Lenggong, Maktab Rendah Sains Mara.
So they are using Microsoft as their platform?
Yeah, because teachers and students in MRSM have been given this Office 365 A1 account for educational studies. So everyone have their own account and they can access all Microsoft tools for free of charge.
Oh, so the students are in the schools or they're at home right now?
They are currently at home.
Okay, so they manage to use the Microsoft, all the students.
Yeah,
don't have any problem. Okay. So why don't you use, Flipgrid? You use Flipgrid and then
Wakelet.
Wakelet. Okay, how about others?
For this particular lesson, I'm using these tools, Flipgrid, Wakelet, and Microsoft Teams as the online platform for synchronous and asynchronous learning. I also used Microsoft OneNote to organize homework, notes for students for easy access.
Why Wakelet?
Wakelet is very easy to use. It is friendly user. Students can, this is like, using Wakelet is like, we use the gallery workflow in traditional classes. So this is just the virtual learning way of gallery workflow.
Okay. And then why Flipgrid?
Flipgrid is very convenient to use. My students love it very, very much. It's actually, if I can say, pengganti untuk TikTok. It's something, yeah, it's a interactive learning. My students love it very much. It has a lot of features, maybe same as TikTok, but I think it's for educational purposes. Flipgrid is the right tools to use.
How about literature? Do you have any literature that suggests to use Flipgrid and also Wakelet?
For now, belum lagi.
Okay, so you need to read, okay?
Yeah,
because we need to have justification from the literature also.
Yeah. But I read about the gallery workflow, the keberkesan, the effective learning using the gallery workflow. So I'm trying to menggantikan gallery workflow steps by using Flipgrid and Wakelet.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. So good job. So best of luck for your research.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, well then one more question, Miss Amelia. We are having a question from the chat box. Please allow me to read it. Could you please, this question is from Saima Khan. Could you please tell what are the latest trends that made you to choose Microsoft tools for your research? What are the latest trends that made you to choose these tools?
First and foremost, thank you for the question. First and foremost, Microsoft tools has been widely used in MRSM because, like I said, every students and teachers have been giving the free of charge the account. So we are utilizing the tools. Secondly, Microsoft is evolving, so we can see a lot of improvement even in Microsoft Teams. There are a lot of Microsoft partners, so we can use all the technologies from Microsoft partners such as Canvas. It can be used in Microsoft Teams, like Slido. It also can be used in Microsoft Teams. So all in one, Microsoft Teams can be all in one platform for the students. So they don't need to sign out Microsoft Teams and go to the browser, other web browser to just sign in.
Okay, thank you. I hope this answers the presenter. Another question from Rana. The question is about, do you think that this lesson plan or Google tools, I mean, supposed to be a Microsoft tools, okay, Google tools are suitable for young learners, and how? These are the questions.
Okay, for this particular lesson, do you mean this particular lesson in this sentence? All right. For traditionally, the lesson plan did not relate to the real world problems, and it's hard to actually engage students using ICT tools, the technology tools. So I think by using an interactive learning tool such as the Flipgrid, for example, we can encourage quiet students to speak out. If students have this kind of problems to voice out their ideas, because they are shy to voice out their ideas. So by using the Flipgrid, for example, then they can work individually, voice out their ideas in front of the cameras, and share their ideas with their peers. So the peers, so the students, other students can actually comment and give feedback for the students' ideas. But this is still in teachers' view. I mean, teachers control what comments should be appear in the Flipgrid comment, for example. This happens under the control of the teachers. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Emilia. We have another question from our associate professor, Dr. Azida, that doctor is suggesting to give a concrete justification on choosing the Wakelet and also Flipgrid. And another question is that why name your MT and lesson plan? Isn't it a module? Okay, this is also another question. Why name your MT and lesson plan? Isn't it a module?
I'll just explain.
Okay, thank you.
Did you use lesson plan? Okay, usually from my understanding, lesson plan is lesson plan, you know, the planning that you do before you go into the class, right? But now you are replacing your lesson, your what you are doing in class, all right? What you are doing in class, and you name it as lesson plan. Why don't you name it as a module? You know, you are preparing a module, a daily module for your students. Why you name it as lesson plan? Sorry, typo tadi.
Okay. A lesson plan, an effective lesson plan should use the steps of 5E instructional model, starting with the engagement, explore, and then assessment by use. Assessment is in evaluation step. So these activities is according to the 5E instructional model, and teachers, the activities, the activities is, if we can call it as an effective activities if the 5E instructional model is used in class. So every steps in the activities are according to the 5E instruction model, starting with the engagement activities, where teachers introduce what is indices, what is search, and then students will explore the use of indices and search in real life situations. Students will do their own research and pour out their ideas by using the Flipgrid. So that is the explore stages. And finally, the evaluation stages, where teachers will distribute handouts and quizzes for students as an assessment. So that is why I name this study as designing a lesson plan, but not only designing a lesson plan, but how you also conduct the activities of the lesson plan proposed.
Lesson plan, Emilia. I disagree with you. You can see the chat, Fadliana. Actually, Fadliana is actually doing a lesson plan. All right, lesson plan, which is a lesson plan that replaced the lesson plan that you manually usually do as a teacher. All right. So she used. You can ask Fadliana later. All right.
Okay.
However, you can. I think I agree with her proposed title for your research, which is the integration of Microsoft tools. I don't think so. Not Microsoft tools for Diana, because she is using Wakelet and also Flipgrid. It is not Microsoft tools. It is beyond Microsoft tools. And then in instructional strategies rather than lesson plan. Yes, it is an instructional strategies that we are looking at. So you might want to actually, look at, because this is the purpose of the colloquium. You get some other ideas that can help you to enhance your research.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Dr. Rohaya mentioned about why don't you use 5E model instead of a lesson plan or a module for a PhD level. Yeah. Yeah, instead of, you might consider that we just giving you, throwing ideas for you so you can make your proposal or whatever your stage are at the moment to help you in enhancing the quality of your PhD.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, I think indeed it is a good presentation to begin with our day one colloquium first session. Now let us proceed to the second presenter.
Thank you, everyone.
Second presenter with the title, second presenter by Yong Weng Jing with the title Development and Evaluation of Mobile Learning Modules among Microeconomics Students in Higher Education Institution. Now let us welcome our second presenter, Yong Wen Jing. Please welcome.
Hi everyone. Good morning everyone. My name is Yong Weng Jing. I am a first year master student from the School of Education and my supervisor is Dr. Siti Zuraida. Today I will be presenting my research idea and the working title of this research is Development and Evaluations of Mobile Learning Module among Economics Students in Higher Education Institution. So I shall begin my presentation by sharing a little about the background of my research, which will give you a clear picture about what I am currently working on. So over the years, the role of education is being extremely crucial in the life of a country and nation. It improves public participation in making effective decisions, as well as enhancing the weight of citizens addressing the issues of environment and development. As a result, the dignity and growth of a country are mainly depending on its educational systems, while it can be endorsed through economic education in the higher education. Undoubtedly, economic education is vital for all the community levels, regardless of our background, as all of us are taking up a role in the society. Excuse me. Okay. In this technological era, the information and communication technologies, the ICTs, have been incorporated in teaching and learning frameworks to develop a new economic education environment. Among all the technology-enhanced learning approaches, mobile learning is the latest trend in teaching and learning economic courses. However, in Malaysia context, teaching and learning economic through online is absolutely rare before the advent of COVID-19 pandemic. Malaysia mostly relied on traditional methods of teaching and learning economic as well as blended learning, which combine the offline and online learning. Malaysia's lack of utilizing online teaching and learning as an economic education teaching tool. Therefore, the implementations of learning economic online is not perfect yet for now. There are still several issues and resistance to teach and learn economic online in Malaysia. Firstly, the low visualization skills is one of the issues in economic education. According to the past research, lecturers have neglected the importance of improving students' visualization skills. Without these visualization skills, students are unable to apply the abstract economic concepts with the real environment, and they will be very difficult to convert data into graph and text. Secondly, most of the diploma students found that it was very difficult for them to understand the content of economic subject, and it was rather hard for them to learn economic subject through online. Besides, the past researchers stated that economy graduates do not have deeper understanding of the economic concept and reasoning ability as compared to the normal graduates. And the last problem is students' achievement is also one of the issues in current context. Student achievement in macroeconomic subject is low with high failing and course repeating rate. And this low achievement might be due to lacking of fundamental knowledge in microeconomic, as microeconomic is the foundation of macroeconomics. Now let's look into the research objective. There are 4 research objectives that I would like to present in my study. The first objective is to design and develop a mobile learning module towards conceptual understanding, visualization skills, and academic achievement in microeconomic course among students in higher education institutions. The second objective is to investigate the effect of mobile learning module towards conceptual understanding in microeconomic course among students in higher education institutions. And my third objective is to investigate the effect of mobile learning module towards visualization skills in microeconomic course among students in higher education institutions. And the last objective is to investigate the effect of mobile learning module towards academic achievement in microeconomic course among students in higher education institutions. So from the research objectives, I have developed 3 research questions for this study. The first question is there any significant effect on mobile learning module towards conceptual understanding in microeconomic course among students in higher education institution? The second question is there any significant effect on mobile learning module towards visualization skill in microeconomic course among students in higher education institution? And the last question is there any effect on mobile learning module towards academic achievement in microeconomic course among students in higher education institution? Well, next, I will discuss a little on the literature review. In current economic education context, many teaching and learning approaches such as online learning have been used to make economic courses interesting, as well as enhancing students' performance. However, there's only little research has been conducted on how such technology impact economic education. Besides, for the mobile learning context, the number of experiments that have been conducted to determine how to support learners using mobile devices in and out of the classrooms has been rapidly expanding. Although the researchers proved that mobile learning is the latest tool in the educational environment, the most effective ways of using mobile learning is yet to be proposed. Next, in mobile learning module context, some researchers suggested that mobile learning modules coupled with a structured assessment have the potential to improve educational experiences in civilian and military settings. Therefore, it can be used to explore the effectiveness of students' learning in economic courses. Furthermore, in the context of students' visualization skills, the past researchers believe that low visualization skills is one of the reasons of low-grade achievement. they claim that there is a relationship between students' capability of visualizations and their ability to understand some common calculations techniques. However, higher education institutions and instructors have neglected the importance of improving students' visualization skills in teaching and learning economic lessons. Next, for students' conceptual understanding, understanding the basic concept of the subject can be an ability for students to learn the subject longer. Researchers found that learning economic online has negative effect on students' conceptual understanding. Therefore, the issues of students' conceptual understanding in online learning environment still remain central in current educational contexts, including economic education. Last but not least, in the context of students' academic achievement, the past researchers found that mobile learning applications may promote undergraduate students' academic achievement. However, there will be no effect or negative effect on academic achievement if instructors had inappropriately designed the learning contents and activities. For instance, the study of Millers and Kovas did not reveal a statistical significant effect from mobile learning on academic achievement. Hence, the issues of student academic achievement in online learning environment still remain central in current educational contexts, including economic education. So this study attempts to respond to the learning economic issues by developing a mobile learning module based on the ADDIE framework and algo-heuristic theory. It will be a free experimental research, and quantitative data will be obtained from the pre-post test and questions as survey that were used to investigate the main variables. The design and development of a mobile learning module in this study are based on the ADDIE instructional design model and also the algo-heuristic theory. The populations and sample will be the first-year undergraduate students who took the subject of microeconomic in the School of Social Science from a public university in Malaysia. And the consecutive sampling technique will be utilized in this research to collect data. Furthermore, for research instruments will be the pre-post test and questionnaire survey. The pre-post test will be examined by the lecturer who teach microeconomic courses, while the questionnaire survey will be adapted from previous researchers of this context. Lastly, for the research analysis, a pair symptomaty test will be performed on pre-test score, post-test score, and questionnaire survey. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yong Wen Jing, for your presentation about development and evaluation of mobile learning. Now we are opening up for a question and answer. You may ask the questions, or also you may allow to write your questions, suggestions in the chat box.
Hello, Jingle. Hi. Jingle, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Doctor.
Hi, Jingle. Can I ask the visualization skills that you mentioned, is that like data related or graphics?
Doctor, you mean that any proof, is it?
No, just what do you mean by visualization skills?
Okay, visualization skills means that how students able to like visualize or think about the real world, the real environment, so that they can convert the graph and text easily.
Graph and text, they get from the data, you mean?
Yeah, because economic is not only just theory, it includes calculations. So they need to have the visualization skills to imagine it. So they can draw the graph and write out the text easily.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Any more questions? You may please write the questions in the chat box, or you may even ask the questions. Please turn on your mic and you may post the questions. Well, if there is no questions, I would like to thank Yong Wen Jing for your presentation. Now let us move on to the third presenter of the session, Muttalagan Tangavelu, with the research title, The Quality of Teaching with Technology During the Emergency Remote Teaching for the Students with Special Needs, an investigation on the pedagogical challenges among special needs education teachers. Let us welcome Muttalagan Tangavelu to present the research presentation.
Okay, good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Ms. Devika. And this is my privilege to share my research interest in terms of what I wanted to do for my further studies. Okay, so moving on. Myself, Mutualagan Tangavelu. I'm currently doing Doctor of Education with the School of Educational Studies. And this paper that I would like to share is like more towards on research interest or conceptual paper, which I intend to do. Okay, so the title of my topic is like quality of teaching with technology during this ERT, emergency remote teaching for students with special needs. And it's going to be an investigation on pedagogical challenge. Let me explain some of the background of the studies. I believe that this COVID-19 pandemic has presented educators and also administrators around the world with unprecedented hurdles. Teachers engage with the students in online learning environment with different level of technological platform and with the support of the parental guidance. And apart from that, also a kind of academic expectation from what we're going to do through online. And it so happened all of a sudden due to the pandemic. As a student, we are physically relocated. Schools and universities, staff, administrators, we are forced to adapt to the new environment. Or we used to say work from home or emergency remote teaching. Okay, academic institutions have used multiple terms: online learning, remote learning, or distant education to describe this uh, rapid transition in terms of teaching during this quarantine and also stay-at-home orders. Next, I would say that this emergency remote teaching poses challenges for both educators and the students as well. It was like a proven and essential responsibility of educators. It's needed in terms of providing a secure and flexible environment in terms of learning and teaching during this particular pandemic. And many educators were caught off guard by the sudden change. Some they easily adapt to the new environment or new changes. But my concern is like for those who can't really adapt for this sudden change. Okay, and it's so obvious it's reflect in terms of their teaching and learning. So my issues here is like pedagogical issues where comprises in terms of planning, conducting educational process, or students evaluation, or in terms of technological use to teach, or maybe highlighting their digital competency. The problem statement that I wanted to highlight here is like more towards how we're going to tackle this issue to the special needs students. Okay, the most research is definitely more on the distant learning online. We focus on the general education population, but sad to say that only few studies that look into the impact on distant learning towards students with special needs, or to be sad, or I mean sad to say, they let alone those severe development disability students or the students with high behavior needs. So it's somehow unpredictable things that happen for these what they call special needs students. Students with fewer resources were less likely to have access to the technological needed. So all of a sudden, everybody must go for online learning. So what will happen if the people or maybe the family with below what they call B14, so they don't have laptop, they don't have internet access and so on. So the students with fewer resources, to be very sad if they say they have like student with special needs. Okay, and ERT also posed substantial problem for the special education teachers, particularly for those who wanted to work with students who need extensive support, like they might have some disability in terms of view, or maybe they might have some other disabilities as well. Okay, given the obstacle of this online education and the issues of equality in ERT is one of very crucial part as one of my research interests. Okay. Next, adapt to the online system. I believe that this current pandemic situation, special needs students also need to adapt. But how? How and the way how the educators handle the situation. That could be one of my what they call the output that I'm going to get by end of the research. It is different from pre-planned online. Like online classes, we already pre-planned what we're going to do, what are the medium, how we're going to conduct the classes and so on. But when come from emergency remote teaching, all of a sudden you have to go for online. All of a sudden you have to prepare all your teaching material, assessment and so on by using online. But how you expect that your students with special needs, they are able to absorb your teaching? That's one of the issues that we have to see. And this emergency remote teaching is basically the idea of ERT is like more on temporary. It's actually temporary, or it's in order to weigh how we want to defend ourselves to respond to the crisis. That's how we want to put into the ERT. But how are we going to handle this? How are we going to overcome this? And how they manage to handle this? Okay, so yeah, my research objective would be somehow very simple, easy, and definitely I would welcome and encourage more input in terms of me to modulate, to change my concept of my research interests. The main objective of this study is to investigate the pedagogical challenge among special needs education teachers, okay, and explore in terms of quality of teaching during this ERT when they are teaching to these special needs students. And two specific objectives in my studies are to explore the pedagogical challenge faced by special need education teachers during this ERT, emergency remote teaching, and to see the relationship between special need education teachers, pedagogical challenge, and the quality of teaching to the students with the special need education during this ERT. Okay. And I will develop my research question based on this. And the significance of the studies, definitely, I would say that it's a crucial. It's very important for us to find out what are the prospects in terms of online institution that we can do, we can provide, in case in the future all of a sudden we have another one a kind of a thing that we have to prepare for our teaching and learning processes. And critical to learn more about special need education, educators' experiences. I believe it's a time for us to really to sit and to think how we can tackle the gaps between the gaps that the gaps or maybe the loops that they found in terms of teaching and learning for special needs students from the special need education teachers. Okay, especially from the pedagogical obstacle. I believe that as a teachers, so many things that we have to cover. We need to really make sure that they are there to listen, they really to assisted in terms of assessment, but somehow how and what are the evidence. Okay, so therefore these current studies will be an exploratory in terms of to learn more about pedagogical challenges during this ERT through the experiences of the special education teachers. Moving on, and of course, I believe that this finding will be benefits for both parties, the students for the special need and also from their teachers. And I do believe that it may be a kind of improvement in terms of use of technology. We can tell that we have advanced in technology, we are so much of advanced in terms of the tools, instruction, and so on. But how effective is the tool for the special needs students? That's my question. And what are the tools that can be provided in terms of for them to be user friendly? The study will be provide an evidence and to importance of designing special education for the sustainable development. Somehow, I believe that uh, I might be focusing more on the sustainable development as well for this research, because I believe that we are now in the process of engaging the sustainable development in terms of education. Okay, and I do believe in this finding that can be used in educational institutions, policymakers, and relevant educational agencies to develop the national and also institutional policies to address the problems that might be encountered in the future. Yeah, the limitation of this study, definitely I have three limitations. One is the population of the research. Definitely, I will focus on special needs education teachers in Malaysia. And this finding with the study may not be applicable beyond the specific population. That's my first limitation. Second, as I told earlier, this is like exploratory in terms of correlational correlational research. The research is like might be unable to investigate and any other potential causes linkages in terms of study variable. Okay, and the third one will be the research is used in terms of self-report interview and techniques of instrument in terms of data collection, and we can't deny that they might be have some biases in terms of data collections. Yeah, let me go through some of the literature review. I think I still have a time in terms of share some of my literature review. Definitely, according to Hang and Chow in 2015, and they believe that instructor's role in terms of course design. I believe in my previous presenter also, both previous presenter, they are focusing more on how they want to design the course, learning outcome, teaching plan, and so on, lesson plans. And I believe this is somehow that we have to do as an educator. And apart from that, conversation in terms of facilitation, social support, technical facilitation, and some other thing in terms of assessment design. Similarly, another researchers, Shia and also Biggerano, 2009, view the teachers' involvement in the class is crucial aspect in terms of development of cognitive, students' cognitive and also social presence. Furthermore, another pair of researchers, they have come up with the idea on online classes is a technique of presentation is more in terms of content, but as a result, the educator must focus more on the classroom participatory rather than improve in terms of content. So the thing that I wanted to address here is like, of course, we want to focus in terms of complete the syllabus, content, and so on, but somehow the participation, if they say there's no participation, by end of the day, the content is not going to be successful. We all have to be in the force in terms to fulfill the learning outcome. By end of the day, we must achieve what is the learning outcome of your students or maybe the teachers, right? But if they say you did not really have the participatory in terms of teaching and learning, by end of the day, the learning outcome it's only on paper. Okay, this is some of the point that I wanted to highlight as my literature review, the traditional versus online classes. I think throughout our presentation today and even tomorrow, we're going to have so many discussion on the online classes and so on. let me focus on my topic. Okay, so yeah, so one of the issues here, the students tend to leave online courses due to overflow of the content, because we might be having like 2 hours or maybe 1.5 hours or maybe 40 minutes to give one lecture, but it's online. In face to face, I believe that you still can control your audience, but when cover online, it's a very big question mark whether you can control, or maybe you might be overflow with the content that you want to supply to the students. Okay, and there's another also interesting facts that the student, for those from the traditional classes, the one high achiever, they tend to be low in terms of achievement when come for online classes. Okay, there are some of the issues that we really have to find out. Okay, this is another interesting in terms of my finding that the challenges in online classes. This is from the students' ranking of online class challenges. This is from Sharma and Bum in 2021, very recent, and they have come up with all the challenges. They have ranked 1 to 25, and very interestingly, the content is not so highly emphasized by the student. If you notice, the rank 1 and 2, rank 1 is like lack of lack of because of internet connectivity, lack of motivation is like more on the individual, increase the workload due to the home and other activity. We tend to focus on the classes, all of a sudden the mother call or maybe sister call or maybe they receive the calls or some other distractions, lack of access in terms of resources, and somehow use of mobile during the online classes, which is we can't really monitor. We used to ask the student to on the cam, but then most of them we did not do that. All of a sudden they might have some issue with the cam or maybe some internet issues. Okay, so if surprisingly the lack of instruction and information will be the last one, 25th. Okay, let's see from the instructor's point of view, the ranking of online classes challenges from the instructor point of view. And let's see the top one, directly connecting with the teacher. Okay, lack of internet access and connectivity in terms of issues, and of course lack of interaction with the peers and some other issues that they're going to put into kind of challenges during these online classes. Okay, moving on. A quick intro about emergency remote teaching. What I want to say is like the people who are engaged with ERT, they don't have, or maybe there's no luxury time to plan. It's all of a sudden you have been put into that place and then they have to come up with the kind of remedies. So that's what the emergency remote teaching is all about. And to create a framework for ERT is to ensure the teaching and learning online effective and successful. That's what we wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know by end of the day. Okay, and apart from that, yeah, the different characteristic between ERT and also online teaching, I also have highlighted here. Let me pick some of the characteristic for planning. Of course, ERT, you have no planning at all there's something you have to do, but online teaching, yes, you have a time to prepare so that you can come up with a proper framework by using any, framework and something like that. Or for preparation, emergency remote teaching maybe more than few days or less than 1 week. Design is like face-to-face or hybrid and something like that when it comes for online teaching. So for preparation for online teaching, yes, we have more time, and then we have I mean, as a teachers, as educators, definitely we need to adapt to the new environment.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Muthu. You just have another 2 minutes to end your
Okay, thank you so
presentation.
much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
anyhow, that's the information that I want to share about it. And special education in Malaysia, it somehow can be categorized into two settings. One in a special education school in the mainstream, and with the integrated with the special education program, or inclusive with the education program in the school itself. Okay, and what else? And I believe that yeah, students with special needs somehow they need to have more attention in terms of attendance, behavior, and also learning processes. And from the psychological perspective, I would say that it's going to be very, very rigid and also very, very tough for the teacher to handle the special needs students, especially when they are in a different stage. When we talk about what they call psychosexual development in the Sigmund Freud, they might have a different stage in terms of cognitive. So how are we going to handle students with a different stage in terms of cognitive presence? Okay, so as the final word, I would say that I might be focusing on these two framework, which is more on the TPAC and also COI, which I believe that might be strong in terms of my research and fundamental ideas. So I think that's all for my presentation today. Definitely, I would welcome more suggestions, ideas for me to improve my research interest. Anyway, thank you so much, Ms. Devika and everyone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Muthuwaragan, for your presentation. Now we are opening up for the question and answer suggestions. You may ask questions here or you may leave the questions in the chat box.
Okay, congratulations, Muthu. So, just want to ask you a question. Are you a special need teacher?
I'm the program coordinator for special need education program in my university. So I'm from Quest International University, Perak. I'm the what they call it, the coordinator from the for the degree program for the special needs education.
Okay, so you are not dealing with the special needs students, nah?
No.
Oh, okay, so I think when you talk about special needs, okay, and you are saying about a challenge, okay, toward the teachers, and I thought you are doing a qualitative research. I mean, now are you doing qualitative or quantitative?
It's going to be mixed mode, doctor.
Mixed mode.
Yes.
Okay.
Quali and quanti.
Okay.
Yep.
So when we talk about online learning, do the special need teachers really using online learning right now? Do you know about that? The current situation.
Yes, doctor. According to my finding, I do have some connection with the special need education teachers. They are conducting some online classes only for the specific and selected students. They are not preparing in terms of teaching and learning for the overall students. Say, for example, like the mild in terms of like autistic or kind of so far the autistic students is the one still having the online classes, but this is to be very sad, to be very sad to say that most of the other disabled students is being left out, especially when it comes for this online.
So in your research, what are the characteristics of the students that you are going to, do in your research that you are planning to do?
Doctor, I might be
overall special needs students or are selected also?
My population or my sample going to be the teachers, because the teachers going to be from different area in terms of expertise and also in terms of the students that they're going to handle with. So I think I will focus more on the the educators side if for my research.
The educators, the educators also need to have a characteristic. For example, are they implementing for all special needs students or only selected? Okay.
Oh, okay, all. I believe it's going to be all, yeah.
Okay, all is not selected.
No. I because since I'm the coordinator for the degree program for the special needs, I believe that the structure for the degree program that we provide for the holders, the degree holder, to teach bachelor of special needs, it's comprises with all kind of special needs. So you as an educator must be ready to tackle any of your students.
Okay, because when we talk about challenges, for example, there is a teachers who are not, they cannot use online learning because of the environment, because of the teachers, the students in a B40 category. So I'm afraid when there will be a bias there where you want to distribute a questionnaire to the students and to the teachers, and the teachers are not implementing the online learning. Maybe some subject or some topic. For example, this week they are uploading their material and then there is no response from the parents, I think, because the student, I don't think they can respond to the teachers, platform in the Google Classroom. Okay, so maybe you need to, have a characteristic of the teachers that you want to do in your research. Okay. I mean, they have the certain characteristic, so they can be the respondents of your study. Okay, if not, you are going to get, I mean, the data, okay, it's going to be biased lah. Okay, where there is a teachers that is not implementing the online teaching for the, I mean, it is not a full time lah. I mean, just this week and then another 3 weeks, then they upload the material. Okay, it's better for you to select, okay, the respondent or the teachers based on, I mean, the characteristic that you want to be in your research. Okay.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for the input. Definitely, I will put into my consideration in terms of my research updates. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida. And I hope we have another question here from Saima. Who are you targeting in your research? And followed by, okay, there is suggestions from Saima as well. Special needs educators have specialization. Example, educators dealing with dyslexic students differ from educators dealing with autistic students. So that's why she has been posted about who are your targets in your research.
Okay, thank you, Saima Khan. I think it's a very good question. And of course, I will focus more on the educators. And I do agree with what Dr. Zuraida and also Saima said. So I think I have to focus in terms of my teachers, the educators that they're dealing with a specific kind of disorder or maybe special needs. Okay, we'll take into consideration and also for my updates. Thank you so much.
Muthu, I have a question.
Yes, Doctor.
Hi, how are you, Muthu?
I'm fine, Doctor. How are you? I wanted to ask that. Okay, I thought it's not. It's a bit formal kind of. Okay,
It's
Doctor.
okay. I think your research is very interesting, and my first question was to ask your overall contribution would be for the teachers, right? Based on your title, it will be more on the special education teachers, correct?
Yes, Doctor. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I think while you are focusing on the teachers, one, I agree with Dr. Zhu just now that you need to also consider the type of disability by the students, because when you say special education, teachers of special education, it covers all three aspects, the learning disabilities, the hearing, and the visual. So that is one. And I also would like to give suggestion about when you say quality of teaching with technology, perhaps you can divide that technology into three sections, like low technology, medium tech, and high tech, because then you would have a clearer data technology that is used for the mild, severe, and the high special disability. Okay.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Very good input and pertaining to this the use of technology. I really have to focus on this as well. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Okay.
Really appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. We also have another suggestion from Saima as well that referring to the literature review does not clearly reflect the research question. So they have been suggested that the exploration of the special needs educators' experience should be highlighted as well.
Okay, just wanted to few words to decide. But yeah, definitely, I have few points in terms of the points from the special need educators. But I think I put in my slides toward the end of my slides, so I focus something else rather than focus that. So it's okay. So anyway, I will. I mean, thank you so much for your participation and also your involvement to my presentation. That's a very good thing for me. Okay, thank you so much, Saima.
Thank you, Mr. Muthu, for your wonderful presentation. Okay, let us move on to the fourth presenter, Ahmad Jihadi bin Abu Sama. Unfortunately, he's unable to join with us in this presentation session. His title is about an investigation on lecturers and students' acceptance and self-efficacy level towards the use of Google Classroom. Therefore, dear distinguished guests, participants, and presenters, please do review our abstract book in our Colloquium website so that you can have a clear picture on the research.
I think he's here.
Is in,
He's here.
yes, oh, he's here already. Okay, we will notify that.
Do we have Ahmad Jihadi here?
Yes, Doctor.
Ahmad
Oh,
Jihadi.
he
Oh
is.
yes.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. We are very sorry. We are very sorry about it.
Because
Okay,
you
we will
emailed
inform that.
us, right? Okay, okay.
Yes, yes. All right. Okay, now we are allowing our fourth presenter before our short break. Let's welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi and selamat good morning. Thank you, Miss Devika, and all lecturers and fellow friends. Actually, I told Dr. Siti Zoraida yesterday I might not be able to present today, but last night I tried to do what I can do and I can come today. My research title is an investigation on lecturers and students' acceptance, readiness, self-efficacy, and mastery level towards the use of Google Classroom. I'm teaching at IPG Campus Ipoh, and I'm under Dr. Rosniza Zaharuddin supervision. I'm EDD student. During COVID pandemic that began to hit the world abruptly in 2030, all sectors, including education, have to change from face-to-face teaching and learning to fully online. So the whole education system and human life is changed to a new normal. For IPG like us, actually we don't have a uniform learning management system before this. And then suddenly we have to change to fully online teaching. At the beginning, in March, first 2 or 3 weeks after MCO is declared, most of lecturers use apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, and so on. And then after 2 weeks of MCO, our IPGM rector has instructed all lecturers to use Google Classroom as we are under Ministry of Education and we provide with Google Suite. So we have to use Google Classroom as the main platform to deliver our instruction. So all 26 teacher education institute campus, like other MOEs, such as school, college, are instructed to conduct teaching and learning activities fully in online from 18th of March 2020. And till now, we still use Google Classroom as the main platform. We also use Google Classroom for final examination and other like kerja kursus and so on. For our practicum student, first batch begin this year in March. They also have to use Google Classroom as the main platform to deliver instruction. So some issues arise, such as some lecturers do not use Google Classroom or often use Google Meet every time for teaching and learning. 接下来就是你那几张那个保险的发票，然后财务这边说是得有那个纳税人识别号。For the end of semester 1 in 2021, like when the exam is supposed to begin at 8:30, some lecturers cannot start the exam because they do not know how to upload the question, and student cannot join the Google Classroom because the lecturer didn't invite student to join the classroom. IPJM, our parents have give us a template of Google Classroom for teaching and learning. It look like this. We have 14 weeks, so lecturer can upload the instructional material, kerja khusus or activities, and something like this. And this is for practicum. Student can supposed to create their own Google Classroom portfolio and for their teaching and learning Google Classroom. And this is the Google Classroom for examination, final exam. So my research objective is to identify the lecturers and practicum student acceptance level for the use of Google Classroom, to identify the lecturers and practicum students readiness level for the use of Google Classroom, to identify the lecturers and practicum student mastery level towards the use of Google Classroom, to identify the level of self-efficacy of lecturers and practicum students for the use of GC in online teaching and learning activities, to identify the relationship between acceptance, readiness, self-efficacy, and gender that contribute to the level of mastery of the classroom among lecturers and practicum students as teachers or creator of the GC, to explore if any issues among lecturers and students on the use of GC and ways to overcome. This is the research questions. I use PAM as the main theoretical framework or model. Does perceived ease of use, EEOU, have an influence on the classroom acceptance? Under this question, I have 6 questions. The second is, does gender have an influence on GC? Does the self-efficacy have an influence on the Google Classroom? So this is my research hypothesis. This is research model hypothesis. This is my main theoretical framework. I use technology acceptance model by Davis. And this is my research from conceptual framework. Independent variable is GC perceived usefulness, GC perceived ease of use, GC behavior intention to use, attitude to use GC. The dependent variable is actual use of GC, acceptance of the GC, readiness to use the GC, master level of GC use, the self-efficacy on the use of GC. Moderator variable is gender and age. So this is my research theoretical framework. This study is designed as correlational survey to determine the lecturers and student acceptance. Readiness, mastery level, and self-efficacy on the use of Google Classroom as the main platform in teaching and learning activities. I will use TLS to test the hypothesis. I use two instruments. The first is technology acceptance model. I adapt the term that from Al-Ma'ruf and Al-Imran. The second is learning management self-efficacy case by Jeremy, Tuki, Florence, and Yu Yang Su. The population for my pilot is all lecturers from IPG KEO, 156 lecturers. But for the pilot test, only 84 that answer the questionnaire. The number of students that undergoing e-practicum is 227 students. For the validity of instrument, 3 steps has been taken: obtain experts validation or confirmation on the back-to-back translation. I chose 3 lecturers, senior lecturers, obtain validation or confirmation from experts in this field, and run a pilot test. The reliability of the pilot test is as this: 84 lecturers that took parts answering the Google form distributed. The Comba Alpha is 0.693, and this is the students 0.967. This is the research procedure, develop research question, adapt the instrument, send the questionnaires to experts for validation and comments, review the questionnaires, pilot test. Now I'm at this level, pilot test analyze. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad Jihadi, for your wonderful presentation about your research. Now let us open up for the Q&A session. You may ask the questions or you may leave your questions, suggestions in the chat box.
Assalamualaikum, Mas Jadi.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay, so I have one question for you. Who is your respondent of your research? Is it the teachers and students, both?
Student and lecturers.
So both, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so you are doing both students and lecturers. So when you have 2 samples, okay, and then can we look at your question, research objective? Okay. Okay, you have here lecturers, and then acceptance, lecturer readiness, self-efficacy, lecturers, and then lecturers level. Okay, and then you have relationship, okay, among lecturers as teachers. Okay, and then we have number 5 is gender, right? And then 6, you have students, and then students readiness. Okay, so you have a lot of research objective here. Okay, so you want to look at both. Okay, when you have the findings after this, okay, you are going to have 2 set of data, the teachers and also the students. Okay, so what are you trying to, analyze? For example, if you have 2 set of data, the student and the teachers, are you just want to, write about the data that you get, or you want to analyze, what are you going to analyze with these 2 data? What is your planning? because you are doing it separately, you know, the teachers one set of data and question and objective, and then the student also is one set of data and objective. Okay, so when we look like that, it seems that you just want to, okay, collect the data, a survey with these two respondents, and then you want to analyze the level, the mean value, and then you want to look at relationship with a separate set, you know, the lecturers and the students. Okay, so what are you trying to, highlight in your research? Okay, so it becomes not clear because you have two set of data. So we are going to ask also what? Okay, so unless you want to compare, okay, you want to look at the teachers and the students. Okay, for example, the teachers are ready, okay, to do the Google Classroom, to use the Google Classroom and implement the Google Classroom, okay, and the student is not ready. Okay, then only you can analyze both, okay. What are the relationship between the teachers and students? Okay, for example, okay, but for me, it's too many, it's too big, okay. I think my suggestion, you should focus just one, okay, the teachers, for example, okay, all the students, because now, just would like to ask you, do the IPG is, the Google Classroom, is it compulsory for the teachers and the student to use?
Yes.
It is compulsory. It means now it is actual use.
Yes.
They don't have choice, right?
Second is Microsoft Teams, but because we start from Google Classroom, nobody want to change to Microsoft Teams.
Oh, I see. So you really need to justify. Okay. What are the platform? For example, if you have your sample is 153, right? Just now you said
56.
56, right? That is teachers and students, both are same, is it?
Oh no, students 227.
So you have a different amount of respondents. That also you need to think of. Okay, it's better. My suggestion, choose one.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you want to use a platform, make sure the teachers that you selected or the student that you selected are using Google Classroom platform, for example. They cannot use both because your research are focusing on a name of the platform. You know, so that's why you cannot just distribute all the questionnaire to the students because the student might mix with other platform. Okay, for example, they maybe in this subject they use Google Classroom, another subject they use Microsoft Teams, for example. Okay, so the data will be biased. Okay, so you really need to look back your focus. Okay, which one do you want to focus on? Okay, and then your dependent variable also. Okay, as we can see, your dependent variable, you have too many dependent variable. Okay, and then you have too many independent variable. You need to look back. When we see your dependent variable, okay, you have the readiness and also the actual use. Okay, so readiness and actual use, is it a dependent variable? Okay, or the actual use came after the readiness? Okay, you really need to look back that. Okay, you cannot simply just put it as a DV and IV. Okay, my suggestion, you have the idea, you have the point, but you need to restructure. Okay, make it simple and not too big. Okay, not too general. Okay, so congratulations. I hope you can proceed with your next research work. Okay, so that's it from me.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida. Mr. Ahmad Jihadi, we have another question from Azima Azmi. May you share why do you choose thumb and not UTAP for your study? That is the question, Mr. Ahmad Jihadi.
From literature review, I think thumb come up more than UTAP, so I choose thumb. I think suitable for me.
Okay, well then. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmad J. Hadi, for your presentation. And that is, okay, that's all the questions and suggestions that we have. Now we are going to have a short break for about 5 minutes from 11. Now it is 11:18, so we will resume back at 11:25. So please be informed to stay online. We will resume the session at 11:25. Okay, well then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Continue and proceed our next session of presentations. Now we would like to invite our fifth presenter, Jiang Jinshuan, with the research entitled Research on Construction of Teachers' Game-Based Teaching Ability Model. Now let us warmly welcome Jiang Jinshuan to present her presentation. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang Jinshuan, we cannot hear you. You can unmute your mic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, can. We can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jiang Jinchuan. I'm a first-year student, PhD student from the School of Educational Studies. My supervisor is Dr. Azida Abzidan.
Jiang Jinwan, can you make it larger, your screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, your presentation slides.
Can you see it?
Okay, you can start.
Yeah, okay, I'm going on. Today I will be present. The title of my research is Research on Construction of Teachers' Game-Based Teaching Ability Model. I will be present my research from the following aspects. I shall begin my presentation by sharing a little about the introduction of my research, which will give you a clear picture about what I'm currently working on. Games and new technology are playing an increasingly important role in 21st century education. Game-based learning describes an approach to teaching where students explore relevant aspects of games in a learning context designed by teachers. Teachers and students collaborate in order to add depth and perspective to the experience of playing the game. Discussions about modernizing curriculum need to include solutions for keeping the students engaged and making sure they are learning how to be critical, confident, and creative, abilities they are needed for success in the working world of the future. In game-based learning, teachers play important roles in enhancing the learning and the motivational aspects and in design game-based learning process. However, teachers have been underrepresented in game-based learning lecture and comprehensive approaches to teachers' competence in game-based pedagogies area. Games become a preserved part of youth culture. Games are no longer just for entertainment, but more importantly, they play a very important influence on how young people develop their identities and personalities, both online and offline. Today's international field has focused on the great potential of combining games and education, and there is considerable interest in games to motivate and engage students in learning. Therefore, there is necessary to aware teachers of awareness of games and improve their game-based teaching ability. the rise of the digital age and the comprehensive realization of multiculturalism in the 21st century require us to shift our attention to the important changes related to literacy. However, the extent of negative elements in China has inhibited the teacher's abilities to the adoption of technology for instruction. So I have spoken about background of this research. Moving on, what are the issues that have brought me into this study? The game-based teaching ability of Chinese teacher is not encouraging due to their diverging competence level. The issue on the ability to use technology and competence has been in the front of discussion in China. Chinese teachers don't like to introduce games for instruction due to their level of complexity. The use of technology for instruction has been perceived as being very complex, especially at time of crisis in China. Each level is sometimes problematic, as there is many old people in the teaching profession in China, which affect their ability to introduce game-based instruction. Available lecture shows that the ability to use games becomes problematic with an increase in an individual age. The ability level of some teachers in China to gaming technology for instruction is low due to reduced explorer level to technologies. Poor explore to technologies has been a serious concern in developing countries. To achieve the research aim and addressing the research questions, I have identified 4 research objectives. The first objective is determine the constitutive dimensions and the elements of teachers' game-based teaching ability. The second one is construct a model of teachers' game-based teaching ability that meets the actual situation of China's education development. The third one is to understand the current state of development of teachers' game-based teaching ability in China. The last one is formulate strategies for the development of teachers' game-based teaching ability according to the development needs. I have 4 research questions corresponding to the research objective. The first one, what are the elements of teachers' game-based teaching ability? The second one, how to construct a model of teachers' game-based teaching ability that meets the actual situation of China's education development. How to determine the index weight of the elements of teachers' game-based teaching ability model. The third one, the third one is what is the current development state of teachers' game-based teaching ability in China. And the last one, how to promote the development and the improvement of Chinese teachers' game-based teaching ability. Oh, sorry. Now you may wonder what is the significance of this study. First of all, for the research field of game-based learning, focusing on the game-based teaching ability of teachers' groups. In the process of the game-based teaching is conductive to exploring the factors affecting game-based learning, promoting the qualitative development of game-based learning, and enriching the research results of game-based teaching theory. For schools of all types and levels, educational, administration, and management departments, Through in-depth research on teachers' gamification teaching ability, the relevant research content of teachers' professional development is enriched, which points out the direction for further improving the quality of teaching training and promoting the improvement of teachers' teaching level. For teachers, the study of game-based teaching ability can help teachers understand the teaching content more deeply, improve the structures of the knowledge system required for teaching, establish a teaching ability system to meet future teaching tasks. The research results of this study can provide a guide for teachers to conduct self-examination in the process of predicting gamification teaching and promote the professional development of teachers. At the same time, it provides a standard and evolution perspective for teachers to be competent in gamification teaching, so as to achieve entertainment teaching. In order to achieve the research objectives to complete the research content, this paper mainly adopts several methods of literature analysis, behavior event interview, grounded zero, analytic hierarchy process, questionnaire survey, and dolphin method, using the way of the combination of qualitative research and quantitative research methods. For the question 1, I will use literature research. For question 2, I will use behavioral event interview, grounded zero, analytic hierarchy process, questionnaire survey, and dolphin method. For question 3, I will use questionnaire survey, and for question 2, I will use literature analytic and dolphin method. The following are some important references. That's all for today's sharing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jian Swan, for your presentation. Now we are opening up for question and answer. You may ask your questions, or you can even write your questions, suggestions in the chat box.
Okay, Jian everyone. I have a question for you. Congratulations. Okay, you have done a good job. So the question is, what are the teachers' game-based ability? Ability in terms of what? I mean, is it the ability to design the game-based instruction? Is it ability to develop? What are the ability do you mean in your research?
In my research, So, what do you mean, doctor?
Okay, you said it's game-based teaching ability, right?
Yeah.
So what do you mean by game-based teaching ability? Ability in terms of what? I mean, the pedagogical context, in terms of the teaching material, the ability of designing, or the ability of developing. So what do you mean by the game-based teaching ability?
Yeah, in my research, the game-based teaching ability is concern some ability example for design and development digital games, and some teachers have some teachers should have some abilities for usually abilities.
Okay.
And some game literacy.
Okay, so when you said about game-based teaching, okay,
Yeah.
so who are going to play the game? The teachers or the student?
In my research, I research about the teachers that design development the classroom to use the games for teaching students.
Okay, so you are not designing the toolkits, the game-based toolkits. Are you designing the tool or you designing the instruction lesson plan or integrate the tools in the lesson plan or designing the strategies? So what are the design that you mean here in your research?
No, I don't develop tools. Yeah.
Okay, so design the tools, is it?
Yeah.
So you are going to design the tools, just design.
No. I don't design tools. No? I just to find some abilities that use game-based teaching teachers should have the abilities.
Okay, so the ability. So that's why what I mean here, when you talk about the ability, so ability is too general. Okay, so I think my suggestion, you need to read more and look back what are the game-based teaching. When we talk about game-based, okay, it means the game. Okay, so you are going to teach the student using a game. Okay, so you want to design a game. Okay, so that's why I mean, what is the ability that you mean? Okay, so you need to have a specific terms. What types of ability? Okay, because the game-based teaching ability is too general. Okay, what are the game-based teaching? Okay, teaching also is a big word. Okay, a big terms. Okay, what are the teaching that you are looking at? The aspect of teaching. Okay, is it the pedagogical context? Okay, is it the strategies? Okay, the approach that the teachers are using? Okay, so that is my comment. So you need to have a specific term. Okay, what the teachers are, what are you going to look at? You are designing. Okay, you say you are designing. So when you design, you need to have, for example, what are the aspects that you are going to design? Okay, so that is my concern in your research lah, and my suggestion, so that you can improve your writing and also your future studies. Okay.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida, for your question and suggestions, and thank you, Jiang Ritchuan, for your wonderful presentation. Now let us move on to our sixth presenter of the session, Sanura Binti Jaya, with the research title Employing Design and Development Research (DDR) Approach in Development of Next Generation Learning Spaces (NGLS) Conceptualized Framework in Teachers' Pedagogy and Technology Tools. Now let us warmly welcome Sanura Binti Jaya to present the research presentation. Please welcome.
iPhone there. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, Sanura, we can hear you.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all to the moderator and all the participants in postgraduate graded colloquium on technology-based research in terms of transcending technology in student practice. Today, I would like to present the development of next generation learning space. well as conceptual framework in teachers' pedagogy and technology tools. Introduction. We already know about OECD, that's equivalent to sub-pedagogy in terms of curriculum assessment and education. According to the Sustainable Development Goal for education, creative and critical thinking, collaborative skills, embed with technology. Rapid change and development in teaching and learning also affected Malaysian education. Based on our blueprint, and in my research, I'm looking forward to NGLS is also known as next generation impact of learning. What is actually my research is refer to the pedagogy, space and technology. Pedagogy,
Miss Samura,
space technology. Nowadays we also look
Sanura,
can
can you
about
hear me?
technology, but we just
Excuse me, Sanura, we can't hear you clearly.
no.
Miss Sanura, we can't hear you clearly.
Okay. We ignore our but refer to yeah.
Ativa? Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes, hear you. Yeah?
Yes, Sanura?
Yeah?
Yeah, okay, now it's clear. You can I think you can continue.
Oh, okay,
It's
thank
not
you.
clear, it's not clear. That's why. Thank you.
It's clear already. It's clear already.
Okay, good.
Okay.
For the pedagogy, space and technology. How the space can enhance pedagogy, and pedagogy also enlarged by the space. Technology also can encourage the pedagogy, and pedagogy also enabled by technology. And technology also can expand the space, and space also can embed technology in the learning space. In terms of my research, I'm looking forward for the active learning, blended learning, personalized learning, project-based learning, and student-centered, and how the environment can enhance the all type of the pedagogies, how to create the active learning in the space. In my research, learning space, I'm referred to the maker space. So the maker space in Malaysia, maker space like us, Kaki, DIY, the Maker Hub, Learning Studio. That one is type of the learning space that I will look forward in my research. In terms of technology, my element in technology is referred to the for 5 types of digital learning in the lima, then looking forward for the test online tutorial and online learning.
Sanura, we are sorry, not clear.
As also divided to three. The main variables is referred to the teachers and students, and teachers refer to the pedagogy, how teachers apply the pedagogy in the learning space. Teachers and students engage learning to provide collaboration, creativity, and aim to support students in self-directed learning at school and beyond the classroom. It's also to create an interactive learning activities, use technology to create collaborative grouping, a classroom environment right for exploration, creativity, innovation, and collaboration.
Sanura, we
In
can't
my
hear you.
background of study, in activities, makerspace, I'm
Hear you.
hello, in activities, makerspace,
Hear you.
I'm hello, in activities,
Hear you.
I'm hello, in activities,
Hear you.
I'm hello, in activities,
Hear you.
I'm hello, in
Hear
activities,
you.
I'm hello, in activities, I'm hello, in activities, MOE and APU, foster Okay.
We are really apologizing for the technical error. So I hope
Devika, I just called her. I asked her to log out and log in again.
yes, doctor.
All
So
right.
we are all please stay calm for a while.
All right. The sound is something new.
Yes. The let us we will stay remain online until Sanura joins with
Yeah,
us again.
she's joining.
Okay, that maybe the internet problem.
Yeah. For a minute we all jadi macam bunyi-bunyi rapping tadi.
Yes. Okay, please proceed.
Proceed.
Sanura.
Okay, already. Sorry. So, should I start again? What?
I think continue from where you stopped just now.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I continue here. Okay. Maybe everybody also don't know what is actually NGLS. The main variable is refers to the pedagogy, learning space, and technology. But we also totally don't know about what is actually makerspace. Makerspace is um, according to the um, uh, um, earlier researcher they just reform AGS. We must have appropriate technology with the appropriate learning space and appropriate pedagogy in enhance students in our future education. But blended classroom it's also refer to the maker hacker lab. Then it's also refer to the maker space. In terms of my research, maker space as example of the AGLS concept that I have in my research. It is to Ministry of Education and latest our economic blueprint in Trust 4 of initiatives in Strategy 4. Our government and Ministry of Education already collaborate to accelerate our adoption of technologies and create interactive space among the students and teachers. This is also supported by the Lima. We already know everybody talk about all type of technologies.
Sanura, can you off your
in our term of homework, test and quiz, coding and programming, online tutorial and online learning. Okay. I will go more details about a makerspace. Makerspace, the example.
Sorry, Sanura, we cannot hear you clearly.
Makerspace that I want to adapt in my research is the collaboration in our Ministry of Education and MEDEC. According to our latest EPU initiative, ME have to expand to 2,500 champions schools. Okay, what is actually champion school? Champion school is the combination of the learning space. They have their own learning space. Teachers as leadership or the role model to uh, uh, to, to, to support the student uh, uh,
like uh, 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 um, learning by making, learning by doing, learning in active learning. Okay.
Sorry, Sanura.
This one is not a
Sanura, we cannot hear
refer
you.
to the class. This can refer
Sanura, I hope you can hear us. Sanura, we still can't hear you clearly.
System of approach. Is what example second spread the knowledge teach coding digitally or learn or space web accessible and okay.
Sanura, can you hear me? Hello, Sanura? He's not here already.
Devika, I think we just stop for Sanura's one because there's no point for us to continue. If let's say we have time, we might give her chance to continue later. Okay.
Okay, Doctor.
All right. So do we have Sanura? Are you here? Okay. We just continue with our next. Okay, Sanura, because your internet has problem, so why not we just stop here first. Later on, if we have time, you might want to actually present later, where we somebody can share your screen for you, meaning that you just present. Okay, because you know you keep go in and out. Your internet is really unstable. Okay.
Because my internet unstable, Doctor.
Yeah, I think so. And you cannot share your screen. If you share your screen, it becomes very slow and you are disconnected. So why not? We just do we have other participants, Devika?
Okay, Doctor.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, Doctor. Yes, Professor.
And another one. Okay, we just
Okay,
continue with the next presenter. Later on, we'll find time for
Doctor.
you to present. Yes, Anudra? You
Yeah,
can pass
okay,
to
Doctor.
yep. Okay, you can pass your.
I pass to Dr. Rose now.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right, Devika, you can go on. Thank you.
Now, we are sincerely apologizing for all the technical errors, but anyhow, let us proceed with our next presentation, our seventh presenter from Mirwar A.H. Al-Masri with a research entitled The Effectiveness of Flipped Classroom on Undergraduate Students, Critical Thinking Skills, Motivation, and Achievement in Learning Computer Programming course. Now let us welcome Mirwar to present the presentation.
Thank you.
It's clear. Good morning, everyone, or good evening, everyone. My name is Mirvat Al-Masri. I like to share my research topic with you, the effectiveness of a flipped classroom on undergraduate students, critical thinking skill, motivation, and achievement in learning computer programming course. My supervisor is Dr. Rosalina Zahruddin. A new learning strategy needed to overcome the low quality of education, to overcome and development the needed skill for 21st century. As a flipped classroom considered as novel strategy of a blending learning that overcome the gap between the online and the traditional method using online web resource and live classroom. A flipped classroom based on active learning and used variety of technological tools for communication to prompt and enhance critical thinking skill. As we know that critical thinking skills considered essential competence of higher education and needed to improve and develop through new learning and teaching strategy and intervention. Besides that, in higher education, motivation or learning motivation, which keeps students engaged with learning. So when a student learn intensive subject, he has lose motivation, which one of the most understanding problem. So it is necessary to find learning strategies that prompt motivation and keep students engaged with activities. These factors all impact the students' understanding and achievement. So investigate the relation of them under a flipped classroom is still needed, especially in development country as Palestine, which is still behind technology and is still using or prefer traditional instructional method, and teacher still resistance the new technology of using. So because of that, the Ministry of Higher Education in Palestine vision to transform the Palestinian education system from based on teacher to student-centered approach to overcome the low quality and weakness of educational outcome and improve students' critical thinking and learning outcome. In Palestine, some universities try to extend the traditional learning by using model. Other universities try to use e-learning due to the closure that prevents students to reach their university because of the occupation. And a lot of researchers adopted or recommended to adopt the flipped classroom in learning to enhance the achievement and learning experience of the students. In Palestine, we consider development of technology is an essential tool for their survival against occupation and the way to create more job opportunity for the students and for the graduate. So we consider computer programming in Palestine as one of the main subjects that must and requirement that must be in multiple subject and plan in education. In addition, it become on educational agenda of many countries because helping developing country in increasing economic growth. Beside of that, the income of some social media platform is equivalent or higher than GDP for some countries. Even if you don't want to be a programmer, programming is still needed to deal with the rounded technology in all the fields. So to develop digital literacy, to engage with a new technology and to prepare students for future career. Despite that importance of programming, students considered it as a tough subject and a challenges subject for understanding. And various of literature reported some reason behind that difficulty or problems in learning programming, which related to three aspects. The first is the content of the subject. The content of the subject contained a set of skills such as syntax knowledge, which means that the rule of that language. On another side, the semantics knowledge would mean that the structure of the language and how to write the code and what the meaning of that code. The third thing is the strategy, and the way to solve the problem is considered also a problem in the content of that subject. Another thing that the students' background, always the students has a lack of logical and problem solving way and critical thinking also. Unfortunately, the teacher-centered strategy is still used with focus on theoretical part, and there is a lack of practice and no time for coding. All of that make it difficult for the students to learn that subject. Besides of that, our problem statement in Palestine, a lot of literature reported that 21 of the students prefer the science, which including computer programming, while 76% prefer literary discipline. This creates a huge gap market, which needed for skill and technical problem professionals, for the labor market. Besides of that, the Palestinian reached the degree of 42.9% in critical thinking skill, which below the global professionalism level. Palestinian students cannot think critically and resolve the problem, which contribute to the poor programming and fail to cope with the programming course demands. Besides of that, in higher education in Palestine, there is a poor programming skill because of the teacher-centered approach that's still used in our university. Another thing that the students losing their motivation and interest in learning when they face difficulty, which affect the students' achievement. So low achievement and increase in the number of failure, which among of 33% in Palestine and undergraduate students is still a huge percent. So failure among programming students will need more research to seek the practical student-centered teaching approach that emphasize increase and prompt critical thinking and motivation among computer programming undergraduate students. So, in this study will conduct to explore and discover better solution to help students to learn computer programming. Furthermore, considering the advantages of a flipped classroom model, that it makes the class more students and more active and may spend the time in an efficient way and give the student the chance to learn on their own. That brings a big question whether this approach would prove helpful in learning computer programming. From all of that, our research objective is first, design an instructional course and instructional material for computer programming of a flipped classroom of Palestinian University. Second, develop flipped classroom design using ICT integrated instructional video as a supportive environment that prompts learning computer programming. Third, investigate student critical thinking skill on learning computer programming between flipped classroom and non-flipped classroom in Palestine. 4. To investigate students' motivation on learning computer programming between flipped classroom and non-flipped classroom in Palestine. 5. To investigate students' academic achievement between flipped classroom and non-flipped classroom in learning computer programming in Palestine based on skill type, which are syntax knowledge, semantics knowledge, and coding to solve a problem. Number 6, to identify the correlation between students' critical thinking skill and achievement when learning computer programming course. Besides of that, to identify the correlation between students' motivation and student achievement when learning computer programming using a flipped classroom. Number 8, to identify the correlation between between student critical thinking skill and student motivation when learning computer programming using the flipped classroom. Number 9, to explore students' perception on the effectiveness of a flipped classroom. All of these research objectives can we summarize in the following conceptual framework. This conceptual framework is designed to investigate the effect of a flipped classroom on students' critical thinking skill, motivation, and student achievement in computer programming. Besides that, the effectiveness of a flipped classroom on improving and enhancing students' skills, programming, syntax knowledge, semantics knowledge, and coding. In addition to that, motivation is also investigated to determine if the participant motivation level significant influence their achievement, academic achievement, and critical thinking skill under implementation of a flipped classroom. Additionally, this framework emphasizes if there is any relationship between critical thinking skill and academic achievement in a flipped classroom. My research design will be a mixed research, a mixed method research design, which contain two parts, a qualitative part and a quantitative part. The quantitative part will be a quasi-experimental research design in order to understand the effect of a flipped classroom as a learning strategy on critical thinking, motivation, and achievement on computer programming language. And another part, which is the qualitative part, will be to conducted to see the students or to explore the students' experience and perception toward the flipped classroom. The population and sample of my research, the population of this study will consist of undergraduate students in Palestinian Technical University, Khaduri, which enrolled in computer programming course. The sample that I will choose is a purposive sample, which will be used to choose a class of students. The sample will be around, 100 students, and the interview will with 10 students. I will use for instrument. Two is the test instrument, which California Critical Thinking Skill test from 2000 for assessment or measure critical thinking. The other one will be a motivation or computer programming motivation questionnaire. The third instrument will be development instrument, which is a computer programming test. The last instrument is a structural interview to see the perception of students regarding to the using of a flipped classroom. Data analysis will use two sample t-test and MANOVA to see the relation between the variable. Besides of that, I will use for some objective the correlations, and I will use vivo for the qualitative part. According to the instructional design and development of this study, I will use ADDIE model, which consists of 5 steps, which analyzes, designing, development, implement, and evaluations. All the 5 steps to see how the stages of flipped classroom will be. The learning activity in flipped classroom will be in 3 stages, which is a pre-class, any class, after class. In the pre-class stage, the students will watch the video by using the platform AD Puzzle while doing the assessment and solve the quizzes that attachment with the AD Puzzle. And in the any class stage, there is 4 parts for the lecturer. The first is asking and discussion regarding to any problem in the video content. The second will be special for writing code solving a problem. The third, sorry, will be a group discussion to solve a problem using Padlet online tool. Besides of that, I will use some game quizzes such as quizzes and mini meters to engage students with some activities. According to after class stage, it will be for students to submit their task. Besides of that, I will have creative online tool for online exam to share knowledge and to evaluate the level of understanding of the students. Besides of that, students will be discuss idea and problem for the following lesson. This activities or learning activities will be in the experimental group, which will be used in flipped classroom. On the other side, the control group will use non-flipped classroom. There is nothing to do pre the class room, while in the class activity, the students will listening to instructor presentation on the topic, watching the instructor to solve problems and code tests for some topics. The third stage in the non-flipped class control group will be submit their task using Google Classroom. As I mentioned before, some of tools or web tools that I will use in my study for the experimental group, I will use Edpuzzle to create the video, the active video, and to insert the quizzes for the students to can see how much the students understand that video. In any class, I will use Padlet for discussion and for collaborative work between students. Besides that, as I mentioned before, some of the game tools as mini meters and the quizzes to engage students with the activity in the classroom. After the class, I will use creative tools. On the other side, as I will say in the group, control group, Google Classroom will be used for students to submit their work and to put my slide or the teacher's slides for the students. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Murwat, for your presentation. Now we are opening up for question and answer. You may ask the questions.
Hi, I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Yasmin. So my question is, since your study, you're looking at the effectiveness of flipped classroom. So the intervention is the flipped classroom, right?
That's right.
So what is actually the end result of this study? Meaning that I have watched the previous presentation and they said they are developing a module, lesson plan and whatnot. So for your study, is it you are going to refer to a specific lesson plan or you are developing your own lesson plan for a flipped classroom? That's all. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for your questions. In my study, I will design and develop my lessons. I will develop my videos for some lessons of C++, besides some task and activity that will use to enhance critical thinking and motivation for the students. I will develop and design and implement these videos or these lessons using Google Class platform and Edpuzzle as I mentioned. So my work here is to design and implement and develop about 10 or 20 lessons of C++, and try to see how this methodology or strategy will affect the students. That's what I will do.
Thank you, Murad, for your answer. Any questions? Any more questions? You may even write in the chat box.
Okay, Mirvan, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Your presentation for today. So just my concern with your research, my suggestion is that a flipped classroom is just a learning environment. Okay, so it is an environment that everybody are using it. Okay, we have pre and then we have in class and we also have the post class, after class. Okay, so it is same with others research. Okay, so we want to know the novelty of your research. Okay, so when you say that you are going to do a strategies, okay, so what is the highlight of your research if not the environment? Okay, flipped classroom environment is same. Okay, I think you cannot change that video outside or the lecture is outside and then the activity is inside the classroom. Okay, maybe the highlight of your research that you need to, highlight it in your research is the strategies that you are using, the material that you are developing. Okay, so when you develop the material, what are the, element that you use to develop the material? Okay, outside the classroom. The video lecture need to be outside the classroom. So what are the difference when you are using it outside the classroom and in the classroom? Okay, so we don't want to see some things that is similar with other research. Okay, you are designing in the flipped classroom environment. Okay, so for me, you need to think of the strategies that you are using, the material that you are developing, using what type of element or model or strategies that you integrate in the development of your material. Okay, not the flipped classroom. Okay, I don't think your IV will be the flipped classroom. Okay, flipped classroom is just the learning environment that you are using or you are adapting in your research. Okay, so your IV you need to think of. Okay, is it the strategies, the approach, or the material that you are developing? Okay, flipped classroom is a learning environment. Okay, flipped learning is different. Okay, flipped learning is the flip strategies that you are integrating in your flipped classroom environment. Okay, so you need to read also about flipped learning and flipped classroom. What are the difference? Okay, because when you say about flipped classroom, okay, we can ask you, why do you use blended learning? Why don't you use others environment? Why flipped environment? Okay, so that's why you need to, I really read again. So that's my comment and suggestion. Okay.
Okay, Doctor, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your valuable suggestion and comments. Thank you, Murad, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now, let us move on to the next presentation. Let us welcome Zafan, eighth presenter of the session with the title Research on the Function of Virtual Learning Communities in the Ideological and Political Education of Chinese College Students. Let us welcome Zafan to present.
Okay, Will. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zhang Fan. It's my honor to join this meeting. My supervisor is Dr. Ross. Now I will introduce the research on the function of virtual learning communities in the ideologic and political education of China college students. The first is background of the research topic. Virtual learning communities have emerged as a new form of teaching and learning organization conducted through the internet. It provides a effective online education platform for college students, dialogical and political education. Through a comprehensive review of relevant research results and literature in China and other countries, it finds that the application of virtual learning communities to the dialogical and political education of college students can effectively play a positive role in goal orientation, knowledge motivation, and talent education, and thus achieve the purpose of improving the quality and ability of college students. Accordingly, this research takes the basic connotation of virtual learning communities as a coordinate system, grasp the meeting point between them and the dialogical and the political education of college students, and elaborates the unique functions of virtual learning communities in the process of college students' dialogical and political education, namely cultural knowledge, dissemination, network communication and interaction, a dialogical and moral education, and a political theory learning. In the investigation of the current situation of college students' participation in virtual learning communities, it was found that there are several problems in the function of virtual learning communities in dialogical and political education for college students, such as more interruptions in the learning, lack of interactive awareness, and relatively weak construction of some learning support service. The internal factors such as college students' over learning motivation, learning literacy, metacognitive ability, and self-efficacy, and the external factors such as learning results, teacher support, peer relationship, platform construction, and institutional guarantee. Research questions based on the use of model building theory. The model of the virtual learning communities in dialogical and political education of college students is actively constructed, and relevant countermeasures for using virtual learning communities to play a function of a dialogical and political education given. The function of virtual learning communities in a dialogue and political education of college students are comprehensively discussed and explored mindfully from 6 aspects, such as building a function platform system, establishing and improving a relevant system formulation, focusing on cultivating dedicated and sincere participants, reasonably planning and enriching educational contexts, innovating educational methods, and creating a favorable environment. And there are 3 research objectives. First one is the first one is to explore the functions of virtual learning communities in the dialogue and political education of college students and strengthen their reasonable use in the dialogical and political education of college students. Second one is to investigate the current situation of factional virtual communities in a dialogical and political education of college students through the questionnaire rolling. To find out the problems and influencing factors in its actual operation, and then to explore the way to realize the function of virtual learning communities in the ideological and political education of college students. The third one is on the basis of using the theory of model construction. The model of virtual learning communities in the ideological and political education of college students is constructed under the relevant countermeasures for using virtual learning communities to play the function of ideological and political education of quality students are given. The literature review. The previous research on virtual learning in China. The first is a theoretical study of virtual learning, such as regarding the conceptual definition of virtual learning communities, and about the classification of types of virtual learning communities, and generalization about the characteristics of virtual learning communities, and on the interpretation of functions of virtual learning communities. And the second one is research on the practical application of virtual learning communities. Chinese scholars have conducted many discussing on the practical application of virtual learning communities, which mainly include which mainly include which mainly conclude interaction studies of virtual learning communities, platform construction studies, and evaluation.
Saya pukul 4 tu ada pembentangan je.
And the third one is researching on the function of virtual learning communities in the ideological and political education of college students. Firstly, it's conducive to sharing the results among college students, and secondly, to promoting the learning of college students' knowledge. And it's beneficial to improve college students' ability and level. Okay. And then the virtual is an international research on virtual learning communities. The first one is basic research on virtual learning communities. The basic research focuses on some basic understanding of virtual learning communities, specifically exploring related definitions, classifications, and characteristics. Second one is interactive studies of virtual learning communities. Most international scholars agree the interaction plays a significant role in virtual learning communities. And then is research on the construction of virtual learning communities, such as key elements and specific projects. And the research on the role of the virtual learning communities in the ideological and political education of college students. The main area of a review of relevant studies in China and other countries reveals that current research on virtual learning communities focus on theoretical research, platform construction, interactive support, and evaluation of operational and the deficiencies. Firstly, the research on the dialogical and political education of college students in virtual learning communities is not deep enough, and a more systematic theoretical system has not been formed. Secondly, the strategy of using virtual learning communities to improve the effectiveness of a dialogical and political education are not perfect, and they are not combined with the theory of virtual learning communities. Third, there is the lack of empirical analysis of factors affecting the dialogical and political education of college students in virtual learning communities. The theoretical framework. The first one is cooperative learning theory.
Excuse me, Mr. Zhang. Sorry for interrupting. You have another 3 more minutes, and the participant is wishing you to speak a bit louder. Thank you.
Okay. The second one is constructivist learning theory. And the third one is connection learning theory. The purpose methodology. The first one is literature research math. The second one is questionnaire math, and the third one is systematic analysis math. Okay, this is my research. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Zhang Fang, for your wonderful presentation. Now we are opening now for the question and answer.
Zhang Fan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ross.
I have one question for you. Okay, who are the virtual learning community? Who involved in this community? Is it teachers, students, administrator, Ministry of Education?
Yes, it's the virtual learning communities include teachers and students, from maybe from different school. They can share their knowledge and discussion. Yeah.
Is it primary or secondary schools or college students?
For the college students, just for the college students.
Okay, just the teachers and the students, right?
Yeah, yes.
So your sample will be, I mean, your planning, your respondent or sample will be the teachers and the students. Is it?
Include the teacher and the and the students.
Are you going to look at their ideological and political education? Is it the subject or the variable that you are looking at in your research? The ideological and political education, is this a program, a subject or what?
Yes.
Is a subject or your variable? What is it in your title? Ideological and political education.
The research subject.
Yeah. Oh, it's a subject, is it?
Yes.
Because you want to, for example, here discover function and strengthen the application. So what do you mean by function and application? Can you explain?
Can you say it again? Application for what?
Yeah. That's why I'm asking you. This is application, the first research objective, right? So application for what application? Is it virtual application? Virtual learning?
Or this application maybe is maybe in phone, the mobile phone application, or learning on the line. We can study in the application with the video. Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion is that you need to really read. Either you are going to focus on virtual learning, online learning, or mobile learning. Okay, so that is a different terms. Okay, and you need to have your, solid justification on the ideological and political educations. Is it a subject, a program? And you also need to have your variable. Okay, so
Okay.
you need to find out what are the variable that you can use in your research. Okay, so that's it from me. Best of luck, Zhangfan.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ross.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida and also Zhangfang for your presentation. Now let us hear from our next presenter, Chandramati Ganesan, with the research title Smart A in Historical Skills among Form 4 students. Let us welcome.
A very good afternoon to our moderator, Devika Munusami, all the doctors, lecturers, and all the presenters here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay, I'm under the supervision of Dr. Masud Baharudin, and I would like to present the topic of a smart A in improving historical thinking skills among students. Okay, background of the study. Back in 1989, history is a core subject taught from Form 1 till Form 5, and the objective is to increase knowledge of historical thinking skills. In 2013, Ministry of Education accomplished history as compulsory subject, which requires secondary students to pass at the MCE or SPM by 2013. And by 2014, beginning 2014, history is also a core subject in primary schools in Malaysia. 2017, the concern for the subject of history by the government is to produce a generation of patriotism, nationalism, and citizenship. And now we are currently moving towards.
We would like you to please switch it to slideshow so that you can have a larger view.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Is it okay now?
Hold on, it is not visible yet.
Okay, is it moving? Okay, I'm now in slide 1.2, problem statement.
No, it's not showing.
It's not
Yeah.
moving. Slideshow. Current slide. Okay, can you see 1.2 problem statement?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, shall I start again or continue?
Maybe you can just larger it, the size. Maybe you can close the slide transition. You can see it in a PowerPoint, but it is not in a slideshow.
Oh, okay, but here for me it's in full screen.
It's okay. The participant can use the view icon here on the left hand side. Okay, you can make it larger in your screen. Okay, so the participant can use the icon in the left hand side where you can zoom in and zoom out. Okay, so you can proceed, Chandra.
Okay. Problem statement. PowerPoint learning is no more interesting. It is a one-way communication, also called Web 1.0. In PowerPoint learning, students can't exchange their views, and it is static with no video or moving objects. Secondly, it requires to memorize historical facts in order to pass the test. To remember dates, facts, and even past events, the student's perspective becomes narrow. The third one, teachers' pedagogical practice. Students are more positive in ICT learning. They are able to think critically, learn from various sources, and they have their own mutual respect among their friends. Teaching and learning is still in a traditional lecture mode. No active student involvement here. It is very exam focused, and we cannot create a holistic individual, meaning that they have healthy social skills, emotional permanent recognition, core academics, and so on. Okay, the research objective is to identify the effectiveness of smart e-learning in improving historical thinking skills among Form 4 students in the history subjects. Okay, the historical thinking subject questionnaire will be used to test in pre-test and also post-test using a 5 Likert scale questionnaire. Okay, there are two objectives here. First, design a smart e-learning tool to improve historical thinking skills among Form 4 students. Second one is to study the effectiveness of smart e-learning tool in improving historical thinking skills in the subject of history Form 4. Okay, here I would like to see, are there any differences in historical thinking skills among Form 4 students who are exposed to learn using smart e-learning tool? Okay, the research hypothesis. First one, there was no significant difference in the mean of historical thinking skill between Form 4 students exposed to smart e-learning compared to students who use a PowerPoint. Second, there was no significant difference in the mean of understanding chronological skills between Form 4 students who were exposed to smart e-learning compared to students who used PowerPoint. Third, there was no significant difference in the mean of skill of exploring between Form 4 students who were exposed to smart e-learning compared to students who used PowerPoint. Altogether, 6 hypotheses. Okay, the number 4. There was no significant difference in the mean of interpretation skills between Form 4 students who were exposed to smart e-learning compared to students who used PowerPoint. Fifth, there was no significant difference in the mean of imagination skills between Form 4 students who were exposed to smart e-learning compared to students. And the last one, there was no significant difference in the mean of rationalization skills between Form 4 students who were exposed to smart e-learning compared to students who used PowerPoint. Okay, significance of the study. It can be used as a guideline by history teachers for use in the classroom. Second, it can provide input to school administrators to extend this application in other subjects as well. Third, Ministry of Education, teachers, training colleges, universities, state education department can provide e-learning training and exposure to all the teachers. Number 4, to provide feedback to teaching materials publishers, textbooks authors, teaching media publishers to provide appropriate activities. Okay, next we move on to limitations of the study. The samples or respondents were limited to Form 4 students from 2 Colloquium secondary schools. The teachers selected in this study were not selected by the researcher but were designated by the school admin. It covers a small scope, history textbook of Form 4, Chapter 2, the rise of nationalism, and the accuracy of the study depends on the honesty of the respondents. Operational definition. E-learning. E-learning is learning that involves the use of modern technologies, computers, digital networks, integration of various software. According to Abogya 2020, it happens everywhere regardless of time constraints and does not require face-to-face learning. Top 2020 defines historical thinking skills as the discipline of history, of understanding chronology, exploring evidence, making interpretations, making imaginations, and making rationalizations. Okay, literature review. Learning theory that are used here is cognitivism theory. According to Zhao and Brown, 2015, the dependence of empirical variables that influence the learning processes. Theory of cognitivism consists of cognitive and mental elements, active mental processes such as analyzing, organizing, and interpreting information. Piano 2017 says that theory of cognitivism e-learning emphasizes the structure and organization of information to facilitate optimal cognitive processes. The e-learning environment serves as an intellectual pair and driving to historical thinking skills. Here I'm using cognitive theory of multimedia learning, whereby there are three assumptions of the cognitive theory of multimedia learning. First one is two channels. Students use different channels to process audio and visual information. Secondly is limited capacity. The ability of students to process a certain amount of information in each channel at a time is limited. Third is active processing. Selecting information, organizing information into mental images, and integrating those images with other knowledge. Okay, here are the 6 major principles in the multimedia preparation of this study. First one is Principle 1, spatial contiguity. Principle 2, temporal contiguity. Principle 3, redundancy. Principle 4, segmenting. Principle 5, signaling. And Principle 6, voice. We will look detail in upcoming slides. Okay, what is historical thinking skills? It contains of these 5 constructs. The first one is understanding technology, exploring the evidence, making interpretations, creating imaginations, and making rationalization. Okay, according to Tallinn 2016, historical thinking skills is a cognitive process that requires us to explore complex and abstract ideas and facts. It enables students to understand past life to the present critically and imaginatively. Person 2020, it is a discipline for students on how experts relate past and is the collection of sources used to determine the significance of dates, figures, events, and locations. Sharmila Razak 2017, historical thinking skill is the process of using historical information and making interpretations. Look at historical facts to understand the past, and Kaviza 2019 says that it is an effective tool for understanding the past and the tool used to analyze information by inquiry. According to Renuga 2014, students who think creatively are students who are able to control their own thinking. Learning historical thinking skill can increase the level of mastery of higher order thinking skills too. Okay, e-learning. According to Young 2018, learning that applies ICT in learning process using electronic technology. Learning management system in Malaysia such as Edmodo, Moodle, iFolio, iLearn system, Blackboard, LMS and CMS to facilitate online interactivity. Srivastawa 2019, e-learning is to facilitate the sharing of information and effective medium of interaction and able to spread simultaneously to a large number of students. Siti Rosiana 2019, e-learning can improve the quality of learning, meaningful impact on students' cognitive thinking. According to Agassi 2017, it is equipped with electronic learning system, LMS, VLS, virtual learning, and CMS. Interaction happens between teachers, students, and learning materials. Ali and Naidu in 2019 says that e-learning includes various tools and applications such as emails, forums, smartphones, applications, blogs, and social medias. A learning management system or LMS is designed to manage learning content, student interaction, assessment tools, and student activities. It can register and keep records, access information, upload assignments, download notes, conduct exams, and online quizzes. LMS has certain features and can be modified by the institution according to their needs. And LMS management system is the learning platform, course management, content management, portal, and instructional management system. Okay, this is my theoretical framework, whereby student will be taught using Smart A e-learning and PowerPoint in the form of text and picture. It will convert into sound and images in their working memory, integrate with their prior knowledge in their long-term memory to create the skills of chronological, explore evidence, interpretation, imagination, and rationalization skills. Okay, we move on to research design. I'm using quasi-experimental study design with pre-test and post-test non-equivalent control group design. Okay, my population and sample are from 4 students from 2 secondary schools in Kulim district, Kedah. I'm using purposive sampling to obtain data and information, and 2 classes were selected, one for experimental group and the other one for control group. Experimental group, 30 students were taught using Smart A e-learning tool, and in control group, 30 students were taught using PowerPoint.
Ms. Chandra, you just have about 2 minutes to answer your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my research instrument, Smart A e-learning using the Edmodo platform to facilitate students and teachers communication via forum, exchange views, and give feedback. Upload the contents of the lesson, access anytime and anywhere. Historical thinking skills with 5 Likert skills, study 5 historical thinking skills construct. Okay, I move on here. Procedure of the study, get the permission from EPRD, State Education Department, District Officer, School Admin, and briefing for the teachers. Okay, here is the design. Spatial contiguity, where the multimedia integration results in meaningful learning. Temporal contiguity, words and graphics come together to build cognitive connections. Redundancy, do not add unnecessary text. Signaling, emphasize in terms of the order of priority. Segmenting, dividing into segments not connected, and voice is using human voice as a narrator. Okay, the implications and recommendations to school teachers should change their method of teaching student-centered multimedia with the multimedia integration. For the book publisher to provide internet link, focus more on historical thinking skills and higher order thinking skills. For the school admin, ICT facilities must be equipped well, sufficient numbers of computers and with speed internet. For the Ministry of Education can implement in other subjects too, by giving training to teachers and make sure internet connections are strong. The conclusions, the use of Smart A can increase historical thinking skills among students and should be encouraged at all levels of education. Multimedia in education is a must. Okay, by then, thank you.
Thank you, Chandramati, for your presentation. Now we are opening up for question and answers. Any questions? You can even write in the chat box. Okay, well then, if there is no question, thank you, Chandramati, for your beneficial presentation. Now, let us welcome our final presenter once again, Sanura Binti Jaya, to present her presentation. Please do welcome Sanura.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon already. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuraida, for sharing my slide. Okay, today I would like to present my research study in developing of next generation learning space as well as conceptualist framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools. My name is Sanura and my supervisor is Dr. Rosniza Zaharuddin. Okay, for my introduction, in OECD already aim to improve how learning environment support pedagogy assessment, and SDG 4 Education 2030 also respond how to develop creative and critical thinking, collaborative skills embedded with technology. Rapid change and development in teaching and learning already affected Malaysian education. NGLS also intentionally designed to facilitate connected, collaborative, and active learning. Actually, what is NGLS? NGLS in my research study is referred to the pedagogy, space, and technology. We already know extensive debate also has been for this. Actually, what is NGLS? So in my research study, I will looking forward the role of the technology, the role of teachers in their pedagogy, and the role of space to enhance education. In terms of pedagogy, in my research study, I'm looking for the learning by doing, learning by making, interactive learning, blended learning, personalized learning, project-based learning, and student-centered learning. In terms of technology, learning space that provide the environment for classroom interaction with the technology. In this research study, I will look forward for the element in the element that provided by our Ministry of Education in terms of homework, test and quiz, coding and programming, online tutorial, and online learning. This in my research study also, I more narrow down to the makerspace as an example of my learning space in this study. What's actually the concept of NGLS? The concept of NGLS, teachers and students engage learning to promote collaboration, creativity, and aim to support students in self-directed learning at school and beyond the classroom. To create an interactive learning activity, use technology to create collaborative grouping, and a classroom environment for exploration, creativity, innovation, and collaboration.
background of the study. Actually, the first outside in Malaysia based on NGLS study, Finland is recently undertook NGLS in implementation in their educational technologies and new curriculum. Singapore also initiative NGLS and new learning space that facilitate teachers and students to engage in learning to promote collaboration, creativity. They aim to support the student. The concept and the element of the NGLS have implemented in their curriculum. Currently, conceptual of NGLS being used as part of new curriculum in Singapore, China, and in the international school in Thailand and American international school in China. In context of Malaysian, NGLS already in context of Malaysian, for example of NGLS mostly implement in the profitable and unprofitable space. For example, My Reka, Kaki DIY, Maker Lab, Fat Space KL. In raising the content of NGLS, Ministry of Education with collaboration with the MEDEC. Doctor, can you before the slide, Doctor? MOE and EPU is meant based on economic blueprint at the Ministry of Education, collaboration with the MIDET, refer on the 4 thrust of initiatives in 4 strategies of economic blueprint. They have to accelerate the adoption of technologies and create the interactive space among the students and teachers. Supported by technologies in terms of technology that will be used in the learning space. Champion School is the narrow down what is actually NGLS. Champion School by My Digital Makers by MEDEC, and now Ministry of Education under the economic blueprint already. Okay, Doctor. Background, Doctor. Expand to 2,500 champion school for the phase 3 2030. Okay. Next, Doctor. The problem statement. Study conducted by Ministry of Education found out that 80% teachers spend less than 1 hour a week using technologies in their pedagogy, and only a third of students perceive their teachers to be using technology. Teachers also face tough challenges because of low technological knowledge, limited accessibility, limited technical support, lack of effective training, limited time, and lack of teachers' competency. In terms of the learning space, large class size, lack of teaching and learning facilities, and a less conducive environment also better challenge for the teachers in implementing 21st century teaching approach for next generation learner. Therefore, teachers need a comprehensive view of NGLS conceptualized in teachers' pedagogy that integrated technology to support teaching and learning. In this study, researchers will focus to design and develop of next generation learning space conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools in secondary school in Malaysia. Research objective. In my research study, I'm looking for the design and development approach, DDR, divided by 3 phases. For the phase 1 is need analysis. To identify need of NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools. For the phase 2, design and development, to design and develop of NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools. Research objective 3, the phase 3 evaluation is to evaluate the usability of NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools in Okay, next. Research question. For the phase 1, need analysis. I'm looking for what are the needs for NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools in next generation learners. For the phase 3, what is the element of NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tool in terms of learning space, pedagogy and technology. For the phase 3 evaluation, what is the justification for the use of NGLS conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools? My research design, I'm using the design and development research, DDR, which is divided into the 3 phases. For next analysis, in the phase 1, I'm using purposely sampling based on the Cohen 2018. I can use 60 fast respondents per group experimental. In this research, my population is referred to secondary school in Perak, Kedah, Pulau Pinang, and Perlis. That means the total sample for my need analysis equal to 260. The research procedure after I have a mention from the ERPD and JPN, I will email to the school admin, school official regarding the need analysis question, because this data I need the based on the criterion in my research. Firstly is the secondary school should have more than 5 years in teaching. The secondary school also should have bachelor degrees, at least bachelor degrees and more. And then the criterion in my purposes sampling also include the knowledge about the technologies and how they use the technologies in their pedagogy. The questionnaire will be dispute for the school admin and will be separate to the group WhatsApp and Telegram official school of the selected school based on secondary school in Perak, Kedah, Penang and Perlis. For design and development, I'm using fuzzy Delphi method. Sampling is 13 expert panels that include 4 curriculum experts, 3 pedagogy experts, 3 learning space experts, and 3 technologist experts. I'm using the fuzzy scale. That means refer the strongly disagree until the strongly agree. This only the using the Microsoft Excel is referred to the threshold value. That means less or at 0.2 expert. The characteristic. This is the refer the characteristic that the element is accepted or not. The first characteristic is the threshold value is must less or at 0.2. The percentage consensus more than 75%, and the value alpha cut is equal to 0.5. That means all the elements that I send to the expert, if let's say expert strongly disagree or moderately agree, I will analyze in the Microsoft Excel using the fuzzy engine, and all the result is referred to the threshold value, percentage consensus, and the value of alpha cut. For the evaluation, I'm using for the semi-structured interview. I'm refer to the 3 Bestari coordinated teacher. It also purposes sampling based on the criterion-based selection. All the procedures interview, such as preparing and organizing the data for the analysis, engaging in initial exploration, coding, using the code to develop a more general pictures, representing the finding, interpreting the meaning, conducting specifics to validate the accuracy of the finding. Conclusion is the finding of the study can help researchers as supporting in developing of AGILE-S framework in teachers conceptual framework in teachers pedagogy and technology tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanura, for your wonderful and valuable presentation. Now let us open up for the question and answer for the final presentation.
Sanura,
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum and congratulations, you have done your presentation for today. So Sanura, what do you mean? I mean, your is it you have a selected school for the learning space?
Yes. No. In my need analysis, I just refer to the purpose sampling. Is it that's the refer that or what?
No, the schools that you are going to do your research, because you are said you are going to do a research on the learning space, right?
Yes, betul.
So learning space is in primary or secondary school?
Secondary school. No, actually, this my research is my aim is to develop a framework in terms of pedagogy, technology, and space, because NZS actually we don't have a specific characteristic, the nature of next generation, especially on the role that technology will play in its physical transformation, the role of pedagogy and the role of space. Because the meaning of next generation space is um, learning can be everywhere, and students can create their own learning space uh, to, to develop their creativity, their learning in making, learning in doing. So now in our blueprint in Ministry of Education, we're just looking how to adapt the technology in our classroom, but we are not looking for the how the classroom, is it the classroom, the environment in the student is suitable or not. That's why in my research study, the example of the learning space I'm looking, I just refer to the Champion School. Champion School now, from the data on January 2020, only has 11 schools in Malaysia. But our ministry and the economic blueprint with the collaboration with MEDEC already plan in future. They want to develop another 2,500 of champion school. Champion school is for the example, because nobody know what actually is the NGLS. So now I have to present what is the example. For the example is the champion school. What is actually the champion school? Champion school is actually one type of learning space model. Makerspace. Makerspace is a type of learning space model, and in our Malaysia context, Champion School is the model of the makerspace. Now, I want to adapt the characteristic, the concept of the Champion School to implement in our secondary school in based on teachers' pedagogy. How teachers can teach the student as a leader, as a role model to the student regarding the knowledge, regarding the active learning, how they can use, embed the technology in their learning.
Okay, Sanura. So my suggestion, if you want to use Champion School as an example, you also need to look at all the secondary schools that are available, okay, right now, because we know that there are some schools who don't have the facilities, the equipment, the budgets, and so on. Okay, so because you are comparing with the one who are the champion school, and then you want to implement it into the schools that I don't think all the schools are the same, because we have the level, the point of each school, which school are the best, what we call results, have the best result, and then the school which also, most of the students don't get the best result. Okay, so I think you should look at that, okay, to make sure that you are not comparing with the high level of schools, and then you want to take the example of that schools, and then you are going to design you are going to design the pedagogicals, the technology tools, and the environment, the learning space to the schools that don't have that facilities. Maybe that they are not in the city area, okay, they are in the rural area. Okay, so you need to look at that, and you also need to look at which school that you are going to design all these contexts on the technology. Okay, so and you also need to look at the students' characteristic, either they are in the B40 category. Okay, so because if you want to implement it, you need to, although you are using DDR, so in the analysis part, okay, that analysis part, you can, find, get the data, okay, on what are the characteristics, okay, of the schools that you are going to design on all these three aspects. Okay, so that is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuraida, for your suggestions. And also, finally, thank you, Sanora, for successfully presenting your presentation. Dear ladies and gentlemen who have connected with us today virtually, we are about to have a lunch break until 2:30 p.m. Okay, it is the 1:35. We will going to have a break until 2:30 p.m. The second presentation session, which is the Malay presentation, will start at 2:30. So please allow me to wrap up this session with a quote by Stuart Brand, an author and innovative thinker who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it. Let us use this present moment to reach our betterment." Despite of all the issues and mishaps that happened technically just now to this entire session is beyond our expectation. So we are humbly apologizing for that. However, we believe that this entire session will be useful to our research work and enhance the quality of our research. With that, I am signing off. Thank you. We will see you at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.